one has to ask, what makes a great leader? And what you've heard is a personal story about Mike Pompeo that I think in anybody's checklist, if you saw those things, you would say, here's a great candidate, here's a great nominee. West Point as a teenager, first in his class, a military leader, a lawyer from Harvard, picked for the Harvard Law Review, successful business, served 3 terms representing people from Kansas, and when asked, responded and took, I think, the toughest job at the toughest time, and that was director of the CIA. Now, during his confirmation hearing, I asked Mike to lead the CIA in an ethical, moral, and legal manner. And I'm here to tell you that he did exactly that. Mike's honorably represented and aggressively supported the employees of the CIA. And I think what we need right now is an individual that can bond those great diplomats within the State Department while carrying out the message of this administration's policies abroad. Mike's been responsive, and he's been transparent with the Intelligence Committee, and more importantly, has always spoken the truth. Mike's intellectual rigor, his honorable service, and his outstanding judgment make him a natural fit for the Department of State. Now, what I want you to take away from this is Mike Pompeo is a good man. And I want to ask you, and I want to ask all our colleagues in the Senate, if there's ever one where you put politics aside, here it is. Mike exemplifies talent. And I think when we look at nominees who we are sent by an administration, we look for somebody that we're proud of. We look for somebody that has the talent to do the job correctly. I would suggest to you that Mike Pompeo represents everything that we pray in a nominee that they would have. And that as we go forward, we've got an opportunity to say to those young people around this country that one day want to give back to their country, that, yeah, your background does matter. We want the best, we want the brightest, we want the ones that are most committed to do it. And we've got an opportunity in Mike Pompeo to select and to confirm an individual that I think speaks for generations to come. I thank the committee for their indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We thank you, all three of you, having people that we respect so much here before us. We appreciate. We know that you have other business to take care of. You're welcome to stay, but you cannot stay there. Okay, so we bring the witness forward. While we're reorganizing, and Senator Dole, again, thank you for being here. I want to recognize the fact that Ambassador Haley, I think, is joining us. I haven't been able to see her yet in the audience. Thank you for being here. Director Pompeo, we welcome you here today, and we thank you for your willingness to serve our country yet again, this time in the role of Secretary of State. We are also glad that your family is here with you, and we extend our thanks to them for their sacrifices that your service requires of them. You have been nominated by the President at a very important time in our nation's history. Our country's standing in the world has been on the decline over the past decade or more, and that certainly continues. Throughout the 20th century, our allies viewed the United States as a reliable partner and a source of stability, a friend whose ideals and leadership made our world a better place. Unfortunately, today, we are not counted on as we once were. The chasm between what our leaders say and the actions that they take can have a devastating impact. I think about where Syria would be today had we done what we said in 2013, when the opposition when the opposition posed a significant threat to the regime. Assad crossed the red line, used chemical weapons, and we did nothing. The loss of momentum was palpable. Our inconsistencies have created vacuums that are being eagerly filled by those who do not share our values. When the leader of our country speaks with the full might of the most powerful military in the world has ever known behind him, he must choose his words carefully. His words and actions have global ramifications and signal to both our foes and allies regarding our level of commitment to long-standing alliances, our desire for beneficial trade relationships, and our very belief in the ideals we claim to embody. But while at times the President may act or speak impulsively, we have also seen that good counsel has led the President to evolve, from my perspective, to a much better place on a number of important issues. I believe the next Secretary of State must continue to provide such counsel, even when it's difficult. If confirmed, you must continue to provide advice to the President that allows him to view a given situation holistically and not make decisions that focus on the impact to one domestic group or foreign government. Any president has numerous voices from both inside and outside the White House vying for his attention. An effective Secretary of State must be able to prioritize the issues for the President and attempt to drown out the noise and chaos that can so often distract and bog down the leader of the free world from making sound and informed decisions. I know that you have developed a close relationship with the President, and I believe that relationship could well serve you if you're confirmed as Secretary of State. However, many strong voices have been terminated or resigned. That's why I think it's fair for our members to ask whether your relationship is rooted in a candid, healthy, give-and-take dynamic, or whether it's based on deferential willingness to go along to get along. Americans often think of the Secretary of State solely in his or her capacity as our chief diplomat, racing around the world to broker compromise, prevent war, or negotiate treaties. And no doubt your success as a diplomat, as you well know, is key to keeping our men and women in uniform that we treasure so much out of harm's way. While all of that is true, this position also requires the person occupying the office to be every bit a manager as a diplomatic envoy. The Secretary must effectively manage multi-billion-dollar budgets and a workforce of tens of thousands. This is the part of the job that isn't flashy and doesn't usually get much media attention, but is just as important as any other aspect of the Secretary's duties. In order to execute foreign policy effectively, the Secretary must have a fully functional department behind him. During your tenure at the CIA, you demonstrated that you understand the need for having a functioning workforce. I am hopeful that if confirmed, you will make it a priority to fill those key positions and to work to earn the trust of the career public servants in both the department's foreign and civil service. Not only will the next Secretary of State have to adapt to a unique decision-making process and have significant management issues to tackle, but there are also numerous crucial policy issues around the world that must be addressed. While the obstacles we face are daunting, they are by no means insurmountable. The history of American foreign policy is filled with secretaries of state who have changed the world for the better in the face of adversity. In fact, those who have gone down in history as great are those who dealt with the greatest challenges. When faced with what seemed like impossible odds, they rose to the occasion. That is what, when we are at our best, we do as Americans, and it is my hope that you will do the same, if confirmed. Examining a nominee to be Secretary of State is one of the most solemn duties of this committee. You will be asked many questions about the policy issues facing our nation and your vision for the Department of State. thank you again for your willingness to serve, and I look forward to your testimony and answers. And with that, I'll turn to our distinguished ranking member and my friend, Bob Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, congratulations on your nomination, and welcome to you and your family on your second Senate confirmation hearing. This committee considers your nomination after nearly a year and a half of reckoning with President Trump's erratic approach to foreign policy, which has left our allies confused and our adversaries emboldened. It's an approach driven by impulse, not strategy. President Trump's America First policies have left America isolated and alone in the midst of unprecedented challenges. Challenges from an aggressive Russia who seeks to undermine the international order we helped create after World War II that has brought peace and stability to the world for nearly 3/4 of a century. A destabilized Middle East, the ongoing threat of terrorism, an emboldened China asserting itself in the South China Sea militarily and economically right here in the Western Hemisphere. Assad, a butcher who has used chemical weapons against innocent civilians. Maduro tightening his grip on his regime, starving Venezuelans in one of the most oil-rich countries in the world. Meanwhile, President Trump has abandoned the very democratic values and ideals that have shaped America's role as a beacon to our friends and as a bulwark against a world in crisis. Now, I was pleased to hear you say earlier this week that you plan to support the career public servants at the State Department. The problem is we have an emaciated State Department under this administration. Let me be clear. Members of this committee expect every Secretary of State to champion the department and its mission. We expect you to advocate for robust diplomacy as the first line of defense against sending our sons and daughters into war. And to do that, we need a strong diplomatic corps and an AID that complements and enhances our foreign policy. Now, as CIA Director, your job was to conduct covert operations and collect, evaluate, and provide intelligence to policymakers, including the President. As the Secretary of State, you will not be provided intelligence for other people to use to make policy. You will be the person executing the foreign policy of the United States of America. Many countries in the world already think the State Department is an extension of the CIA. So how you conduct yourself moving forward will be critical to our diplomacy. As the Senate considers your nomination to be the President's top foreign policy advisor, we must ask, will you enable President Trump's worst instincts? Will you advocate for long-term strategies to protect U.S. national security and interests, or will you be lurching from crisis to crisis, as we've seen under this administration? Will you advocate for robust diplomacy, or will you take America into unnecessary and costly wars? Will you stand up to President Trump and say, no, you're wrong in that view, Mr. President, or will you be a yes man? Americans are scared that this president, the commander in chaos, will lead them into war. This is not a time for taunts and tweets. On Russia, the intelligence community and our military leaders have repeatedly stated that Russia poses ongoing threats to United States national security and to our allies. Yet President Trump cannot bring himself to even acknowledge the Russian threat. He says that a court-granted search warrant is an attack on our country, but cannot call out Russian cyber attacks on our democracy. Will you push the President to put together a real strategy to counter Russian aggression? Will you urge the President to implement the mandatory sanctions that Congress overwhelmingly passed and he has failed to implement? North Korea poses a real and nuclear threat to the United States, our citizens, and our allies. The American people are deeply worried by an erratic president who uses schoolboy taunts when talking about nuclear war. A meeting is not a strategy. Preventing nuclear war requires thoughtful diplomacy, preparation, clear objectives. Will you enable the voices around the president seeking to go to war, or will you press for an empowered diplomatic path to protect the safety of all Americans? Mr. Director, what is your actual plan to stop North Korea from getting a nuclear weapon? Turning to Iran, everyone knows I voted against the Iran nuclear deal and was vociferous about it. But I also share the assessment of your counterparts across national security agencies that it does not serve the United States national security interest to unilaterally withdraw from the deal, absent a strategy for what will replace it, and how to get our allies to join us in countering Iran's malign activity outside of the nuclear program and deal with the sunset issues within the nuclear portfolio. Once again, this president is hurtling towards a crisis. He is creating unnecessary risk with the very allies we need to confront Iran. So I ask again, Mr. Director, what's your plan? Will you be a voice of reason, or will you support the president's worst instincts? If confirmed as the Secretary of State, you will no longer be operating in the shadows of American foreign policy. You will be the face and voice of the United States, the representatives not just of a bombastic president, but of the American people. Will you champion our values? When the president embraces dictators who quash the free press or suggest doing away with elections, will you stay silent? When the president and those closest to him balk at the very idea of diplomacy and instead advocate unnecessary wars that will cost the blood of our children and the treasure of our coffers, will you go along with them? Or as our nation's top diplomat, will you champion diplomacy and offer actual plans? Will you stand up to President Trump and advise him differently when he's wrong? Or will you be a yes man? So, Mr. Director, I look forward to hearing your testimony, the answer to these questions and others as we move forward.
Thank you, sir. Director, you've been well background with the three senators who came before us, so I will not do that, but we thank you for being here. If you could summarize your testimony in about 5 minutes or so, any written documents you have, we'll be glad to enter into the record. But with that, thank you for being here. We look forward to your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I can do it in 5 minutes, but I'll give it my level best.
We always try to set a high bar, realizing we're never going to achieve it.
Thank you, Chairman Corker, Ranking Member Menendez. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to appear here today as the nominee to be the United States Secretary of State. I am grateful to each of you for the attention that you have given this over the past weeks. So many of you have given so much time when there are so many global matters before us. I'm deeply appreciative of that. Should I be confirmed, this regular contact will continue. You can talk to Senator Burr. I worked at that diligently. As a former member of Congress, I understand the importance of that continued relationship and advice that comes from outside of the executive branch. I'd like to take a moment here, too, to thank Secretary Tillerson for his service to the United States and his commitment to the smooth transition. And I'd like to thank Secretary Sullivan as well for him serving in the gap. A personal thank you also to every living former Secretary of State. They each took my call. They found time to spend with. I've actually talked to many of them multiple times. Democrats and Republicans, from Secretary Kissinger to Secretary Kerry, were kind enough to visit me and share with me their thoughts on how, if I'm confirmed, I would be most likely to be a successful Secretary of State. And if you know me at all, the two people sitting to my right rear provide my ballast, my balance. Susan keeps the home front humming, is always there to remind me of family issues that affect not just the Pompeos, but family issues that affect every officer at the Central Intelligence Agency as well. And Nick keeps me humble, keeps my sense of humor alive. Since I've left the private sector and entered public service, they've had lots of opportunities to tell me to step back, to step away, but they haven't. They've encouraged it, they've promoted it, and they are incredibly supportive of my efforts to serve America. A moment here, too, to the men and women of the CIA. To say that it's been an honor and privilege and a joy doesn't do justice to these past 15 months. I've demanded an awful lot of you. I've set the expectation bar high. I've pushed responsibility and authority down to each and every one of you, and along with that, the required accountability. And you, the warriors of the CIA, have delivered for America, for President Trump, and for me. Perhaps the highest compliments of our work come from our adversaries, who fear and are in awe of the institution, and from our partner services around the world, who has asked for more training, more intelligence, more joint operations than ever. To you, if I'm confirmed, this won't be goodbye, because no matter how this nomination process ends, I will be with you, I will support you, and I will admire you. And finally, I want to thank the President for his confidence and trust in me. My job at the CIA has been to deliver world-class intelligence, data, and facts to help inform he and the other senior policymakers in America. I'm honored that he selected me to help carry out many of those same decisions as his chief diplomat. Senators, if I'm confirmed, I will raise my hand and swear an oath to defend our Constitution for the 7th time in my life. The first time I was 18 years old, a West Point cadet. With this oath, I'll swear to defend the exceptionalism enshrined in our Constitution, which provides for our obligation to engage in diplomacy and model the very best of America to the world. Make no mistake, America is uniquely blessed, and with those blessings comes a duty to lead. As I have argued throughout my time in public service, if we do not lead for democracy, for prosperity, and for human rights around the world, who will? No other nation is so equipped with the same blend of power and principle. Two things I want to try and answer for you in the time I have remaining. Who is Mike Pompeo, and what are his thoughts and plans to lead our State Department? I'm sure we'll get to talk about that some more as well. Born in Orange, California. We didn't have a whole lot of money in my family, but I enjoyed school, and my brother and sister and I, we all had fun learning. When I was a teenager, I was an Employee of the Month at Baskin-Robbins, not once but twice. I'm a movie buff. I have a soft spot for my golden retrievers. I love meatballs that I make with my dad's recipe, and I enjoyed being a fifth grade Sunday school teacher for kids that just didn't want to sit still. And although he'll dispute this, I can beat my son in cornhole every day. I love Revolutionary War history, country music, show tunes, and college basketball. But it was my appointment at the United States Military Academy that changed my life. It was when I traveled there. It was the first time I'd ever been east of the Mississippi River. I've seen some describe my leadership style as blue collar. Fair enough. I am not afraid to get my hands dirty, and you will seldom find me ensconced on the senior level of any building. I have no discomfort with directness or confrontation. I prefer face-to-face as opposed to email. I don't hold grudges. I work towards a mission, and I'll always make room for student programs and youth groups. They are what will set our nation on its correct course. They're our future. Just this past Monday, I got to swear in a big group of CIA officers. It was always a very special moment. This one was very unique. Now let me turn to how I intend to work as the Secretary of State if I'm confirmed. Throughout my time in Congress and the CIA, I've met hundreds of State Department employees. I know them. And in the past few weeks, I've had to get a chance to meet dozens and dozens more in briefings. To a person, they expressed to me their hope to be empowered in their roles and to have a clear understanding of the President's mission. That'll be my first priority. They've also shared how demoralizing it is to have so many vacancies, and frankly, many of them said not to feel relevant. I'll do my part to end those vacancies. I'll need your help, and I'll work every day to provide dedicated leadership and convey my faith in their work, their professionalism, just as I've done with the workforce at the Central Intelligence Agency. You know, when I took over as a director, I had just completed a massive restructuring. Immediately after my arrival, I began speaking at every meeting, every conversation about the agency's mission. We have these, I talked about commander's intent. We do these small things. They're called Meet with Mike. Not a very original name, I will concede. But we gather up the first 50 to come talk to me so that I have a chance to listen to them. I wanted them to know what the President of America's desire was for them, and I wanted them to understand that I was depending on them. And you should know, when the team needed additional resources, I defended them. I asked for them. I demanded them. And the President, so long as he found value, never hesitated to provide them. I was able to persuade him. And with your help, I'll do the same thing at the Department of State. You have my commitment, too, with respect to this. I'll work with each of you to fill the vacancies that are at the State Department. This is critical to strengthening the finest diplomatic corps in the world, and America and the world needs us to be that. Second thing I'd like to highlight is workforces and their culture. I'll spend a lot of time on this. It's important. I'll proceed on, but without getting that part right. If the team doesn't understand the mission and isn't working towards the same goal, it's incredibly difficult to think you would achieve it. I've always done that. When I've traveled as part of the agency, I've met with State Department officials. I met with my own team. I spoke to them about the things that I was going to demand of them, the things I was going to permit them to do, and how I was going to hold them accountable to that task. I remember I went to a location, the housing for officers was simply inadequate. None of you would have allowed your families to be there. I didn't have a lot of time, but I went and spoke with the ambassador and told him it needed to be fixed. I wanted the State Department families and ours to know that we cared about them enough to provide living quarters that were sufficient for Americans. And you should know I believe deeply that the State Department's workforce must be diverse, in the same way I've worked for that at the CIA. Diverse in every sense of the word. Race, religion, background, and more. I will work to achieve that diversity, just as I've done in my current role, by focusing on the mission and demanding that every team member be treated equally with dignity and respect. And I'll listen. I had an old crusty sergeant first class when I was a brand new second lieutenant said, "Lieutenant, if you'll just shut up and listen for a bit, your life will be a whole hell of a lot better." He was right about that. He taught me a heck of a lot how to be a good platoon leader. I intend to do that with the talented people that reside at the State Department. Let me talk a little bit about the work itself. By definition, the job description of the Secretary of State is to serve as the President's chief foreign affairs advisor. This was driven home to me in those conversations with every former Secretary of State. To a person, they were remarkably consistent by saying that job number one is to represent the President. For me, this means building substantial relationships with our allies, relationships that President Trump and I can utilize for both tough conversations and productive cooperation. It also means working with our adversaries where needed to make clear objectives and let them know the means by which we intend to achieve them. In this regard, I'm fortunate to have a sizable head start. On many as a third of the days at the agency, I was engaged with foreign counterparts. I've led the CIA to forge stronger relationships with those partners all across the world, in the Middle East, in Europe, Africa, and Latin America. I've traveled to these regions to demonstrate the commitment that America has to working as their partners. I've also met some folks who didn't share many of our objectives. I've tried to find, and I've asked my team to find those narrow slivers of common ground where we can work together to deliver the results that America needs us to. Representing America also requires promoting America's ideals, values, and priorities, because they ultimately determine the trajectory of geopolitics, and we need to do that well. You know, I'll close here as I'm approaching the 5 minutes. You should know that I have been an enormous beneficiary in my life of some of the most remarkable diplomatic achievements in American history. I served, as Senator Roberts spoke about, I served on the border between East and West Germany. And I watched diplomats over an extended period of time from both parties achieve an outcome against the Soviet Union and the Communist East that prevented my team from having ever to conduct the battle which we prepared for every day. It was remarkable work from foreign service officers over these many years. I thank them for that. It was the right approach. It was an approach that worked for America. I know some of you've read, the story is I'm a hawk, I'm a hardliner, or, you know, I read that and there's no one, as you just heard in what I described, there's no one like someone who served in uniform, who understands the value of diplomacy and the terror and tragedy that is war, like someone who served in uniform. It's the last resort. It must always be so. And I intend to work to achieve the President's policies with diplomacy, rather by sending our young men and women to war. I know that I'm serving a president who feels the same way, and that while the military balance of power, you all did good work to assist us in continuing to build our military to be the finest in the world, it can set the stage and create leverage, but the best outcomes are always won at the diplomatic table. You know, America's diplomatic engagement, political engagement, foreign policy engagement around the world has always been a big topic of debate. I'm sure we'll debate vigorously today. Yet all through my life, I've been reminded that once the debates conclude, the carrying out of foreign policy, the actions that America does make it real. It is a matter of duty to get it right. And while we might disagree today on what or the how of global involvement, we rarely disagree on why. It's to defend the safety of our families, the prosperity of our nation, and the survival of freedom in the world. Diplomacy gives us the chance to achieve these goals peacefully. And I thank you for the time, Senator Corker.
Thank you for the testimony. I'm going to withhold my time and use it for interjections along the way. And with that, I'll turn to our distinguished ranking member, Senator Menendez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for your testimony. Director, the Washington Post reported last year that on March 22nd of 2017, you and the Director of National Intelligence Coates attended a briefing at the White House with officials from several government agencies. The article says, quote, as the briefing was wrapping up, Trump asked everyone to leave the room except for Coates and CIA Director Pompeo. The president then started complaining about the FBI investigation and Comey's handling of him, saying officials familiar with the accounts Coates gave to associates. 2 days earlier, Comey had confirmed in a congressional hearing that the Bureau was probing whether Trump's campaign coordinated with Russia during the 2016 race. After the encounter, Coates discussed the conversation with other officials and decided that intervening with Comey, as Trump had suggested, would be inappropriate, according to officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive internal matters. That's the end of the quote. So, Director, this account strongly suggests that the President asked you and Director Coates to interfere with then FBI Director Comey's investigations into the Trump campaign's contacts with Russia. What did President Trump say to you and Director Coates in that meeting?
Senator, I'm not going to talk about the conversations the President and I had. I think it's in this setting appropriate for a President to have an opportunity to talk with his senior leaders. I'll do that throughout the day, but I will tell you this. The article's suggestion that he asked me to do anything that was improper is false.
Did he ask you to do anything as it relates to that investigation?
Senator, I don't recall. I don't recall what he asked me that day precisely, but I have to tell you, I'm with the President an awful lot. He has never asked me to do anything that I considered remotely improper.
When you say you're not going to talk about that conversation, you're not asserting executive privilege, are you?
No, Senator. I believe, and I think you will agree, we'll talk about foreign policy issues. We'll talk about advice.
This has a connotation of foreign policy because this is about Russia. And so at the end of the day, understanding how you responded, what you will do as we're looking at mandatory sanctions that the administration has yet to impose, looking at how we're going to deal with a Russia that not only sought to affect our last elections, but is doing so even as we speak, both here at home and across the world. Those are substantive questions.
Yes, Senator.
And so it's not for me just simply a question of interest. It's a question of understanding what you were asked, how you responded, and what you did.
So you talked about the important policy issues. I'm happy to talk about this administration's work on Russia. I'm happy to talk about our work on sanctions, if that's what you'd...
Let me ask you this.
If that's what's your question.
Did President Trump ever discuss the FBI or special counsel Russia's investigation with you?
Senator, again, I'm not going to talk about private conversations I've had with the President.
So whenever you come, if you were to be confirmed in the future and we're going to try to talk about foreign policy and we ask you where's the President at or this or that, you're not going to disclose any of the conversations?
Senator, I'm happy to answer questions about our administration's policies, the work that we're doing. You're asking about conversations. You should know, Senator, as well. I have provided, I spoke with Special Counsel Mueller, who interviewed me, requested an interview. I cooperated. Your colleagues on the Senate Intelligence Committee have asked for information from me and from the Central Intelligence Agency, as has the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I think the leaders of those two organizations, in a bipartisan way, that would say I've been cooperative. And in matters related...
So you have spoken to Special Counsel Mueller?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the subject of the conversation?
Senator, I'm not going to speak to that.
Did the Special Counsel tell you not to speak about these things?
Senator, I have cooperated with multiple investigations. While the investigation continues, I think that's the appropriate way to approach it. And you should know, and no one here today should take away any, because of the fact that I don't want to speak out, there should be no negative inferences with respect to anything, or for that matter, positive inferences about the fact that I think it's most appropriate that while these investigations continue, I not speak to the conversations I've had with the various investigative bodies.
I'm sure that if I asked Director Mueller, Special Counsel Mueller, a simple question, whether you were told you couldn't, I don't think he would say you couldn't. So it's your choice that you're not seeking to do so. And for me, these questions being answered truthfully in a forthcoming way are critically important because it goes to the very essence of how you approach one of the most critical issues that we have. And your unwillingness to speak to it is troubling to me. Let me ask you this. President Trump has repeatedly said that, quote, getting along with Russia is a good thing, unquote. Yesterday, he tweeted a, quote, our relationship with Russia is worse now than it's ever been. There's no reason for this. And he indicated he would like to help Russia with its economy. What behavior, if any, has the Kremlin shown that indicates it wants to get along with the United States or our allies?
Senator, this administration has taken a series of actions to push back
That's
against
not my
Vladimir
question.
Putin.
Let's start with my question.
But, Senator,
my question is what behavior has the Kremlin shown that it indicates it wants to get along with the United States? Is there any? If so, please share it with me.
Senator, I take a backseat to no one with my views of the threat that is presented to America from Russia. And if I am confirmed as the Secretary of State, I can assure you this administration will continue, as it has for the past 15 months, to take real actions to push back, to reset the deterrence relationship with respect to Russia?
Well, let's talk about that, because I see that's in your written statement, and you suggest that there's a robust response to Russia. On February 27th, Admiral Mike Rogers, the head of the National Security Administration and U.S. Cyber Command, warned the Senate Armed Services Committee that the Trump administration has not done enough to stop the Russians. Quote, "I believe that President Putin has clearly come to the conclusion that there's little price to pay here, and that therefore he can continue his activity." On April 3rd, the outgoing National Security Advisor, General H.R. McMaster, said, and I quote, "We have failed to impose sufficient costs on Russia, and that the Kremlin's confidence is growing." And then, for your reference, here are a series of mandatory provisions under the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, part of which I helped write, which have not been implemented by the administration. Section 225, mandatory sanctions related to special Russian crude oil products. Section 226, mandatory sanctions with respect to Russia and other foreign financial institutions. Section 228, mandatory sanctions with respect to certain transactions with foreign sanctions evaders and serious human rights abuses in the Russian Federation. Section 231, mandatory sanctions with respect to persons engaging in transactions with the intelligence and defense sectors of the government of the Russian Federation. So there are more. That's not a robust response to Russia.
Thank you. Before I turn to Senator Risch, I want to welcome Senator King to the I would like for the people of Maine to know he does this often. When things are serious, he comes and actually listens to the testimony. We thank you for doing so, Senator Risch.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you for your service at Intel, at the CIA. That's been great. For those of you on the committee, Senator Rubio and I are the only two that have the cross-pollination, I guess. We have the great privilege of serving on the Intel committee, and we hear from the heads of all of the 17 agencies that we have that engage in intelligence matters. And over the years, over the 10 years I've been on it, we've had numerous heads of agencies come in, and sometimes, frankly, we feel we're getting stiff-armed. I can tell all of you on this committee that Mike Pompeo has been candid when he came in before the Intel committee. He has been helpful, and he has always been straightforward with us. So thank you for your service there. You've earned my respect in that regard, and you'll certainly get my vote for confirmation on this job. I think that that service as head of the CIA is going to serve you very well, as you know. It served me very well on this committee, having some of that in-depth knowledge that you don't necessarily get in the public media. Head of the being Secretary of State is unique, I think, as far as the agency heads are concerned. You first of all have the public duties, and has been referenced here. It's a very high-profile job in that you go around the world being the face of America and doing the kinds of things that you do. And your predecessor was very good at that. I thought he carried the flag as well as anyone could carry it. This job, however, as Secretary of State, has a couple other facets to it that you have to do at the same time, and it's hard to keep all the balls in the air. One of them, of course, is being part of the management team with the President as far as managing really the United States. And thirdly, and I think very importantly, is the actual management of the bureaucracy, and I don't use a bureaucracy here in a pejorative way. The thousands of men and women who are in foreign service, who are working with the State Department, make us proud every day. They're bipartisan. They do a great job. I think that there has been a fair amount of criticism. Everyone knows that that your predecessor did have was hampered a bit because he didn't have some of those jobs filled that are so important there. And we all know that in order to manage an agency like that, you have got to have really good, solid people around you to be able to make the bureaucracy work in the things that aren't the high-profile meetings and what have you around the world. Could you give us your thoughts, give us all of us your thoughts on how you're going to go about that, because it needs some work. There's no question about it, and it's going to make your job better. It's going to make the State Department work better. So could you give us your thoughts on that?
Senator, first, thank you for your kind words. I did, as the CIA Director, I have consistently tried to work closely with you and provide you everything that you've asked for in a timely fashion. I think we've succeeded often, if not always, and we've worked diligently at it. I promise to do that with this committee as well. With respect to building a team out of the State Department, this is something I've done multiple times in my life. I did it as a tank platoon leader. I did it as a cavalry troop. Did it for 2 small businesses in Kansas. And then I worked hard at it at CIA. I'll leave to others to judge the success. But I did it because I knew it was an imperative. At State Department, there are too many holes, too many vacancies, too many unfilled positions. When that happens, everyone's stretched thin, and the subject matter expertise that is needed to deliver America's diplomacy around the world, to conduct its mission, its humanitarian missions, its development missions. Each of the missions to which are entrusted to the State Department require talented people on station doing their part, working alongside it. The way I'll think about it is the same way I did at the CIA. I'll start with those things that I think are the biggest gaps and present the biggest risk to America's capacity to execute its diplomacy. We don't yet have an ambassador in South Korea. We need one. There are a handful of other places that have a requirement for immediate attention. With respect to each of those positions, I am a talent hawk. I will find what I believe to be the best fit to execute America's diplomatic mission around the world, and I will encourage, demand, cajole them to come join the team and be part of our organization in a way that can successfully deliver. Some of them will be fantastic civil servants and foreign service officers, others from the outside, but in each case, try and identify the right person to occupy the position at this challenging time in America's history.
Well, thank you very much. You made reference to the fact that there are ambassadorships that are empty. I think there's 37 of them. And the good news is that you have a really deep bench at the State Department. And a good example is in South Korea. I had the good fortune of being there, as you know, recently on doing some things. And the chargé that's in charge there has done a fabulous job, as you know. And we do have that deep bench at the State Department. But again, we do need the ambassadorships filled, and we do need those, particularly I think the top positions in the department filled, and people with the authority to act and people with the authority to do the things that need to be done. So thank you for that. I have every confidence you'll be able to do that. Your candor with the Intelligence Committee, I can tell you that if you can come in front of that committee and disgorge in a candid fashion, I have every confidence you're going to be able to do that here. So thank you again for your service. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Senator Cardin.
Mr. Pompeo, first of all, thank you for your career of public service. I want to thank your family, because this clearly is going to be a family sacrifice, already has been, but will even be more deeply felt by your family. So we very much appreciate all that. I want to follow up on the chairman's opening comments about the need for the Secretary of State to be a strong, independent voice in the White House, particularly in this White House. And with the President's announced policy of America First, which has been interpreted globally as America Alone, which is your mission, if you're confirmed, to use diplomacy to engage the international community. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions, and I would ask that you give your views, not the President's. I want to know your views. Secondly, I would hope that you would briefly answer the questions, because I have a lot of questions I want to answer. Please respect the time restrictions that we're operating under. And let me start first, if I might, with the Iran nuclear agreement that's been referred to. There's no question Iran's the bad actor here, and they continue to be a bad actor. And this Congress, with your help, we passed very strong legislation to provide additional sanctions against Iran for its non-nuclear violations, including its ballistic missiles. And we want strict enforcement of the nuclear agreement. But it is clear from what the President has announced that he wants to see changes in the nuclear agreement. It's also been very clear that Europe has said pretty directly we cannot unilaterally, the West, modify the agreement, and that Iran's in compliance with the agreement. General Dumford has said unless there is a material breach, we have an impact in others' willingness to sign the agreement, sign other agreements if we pull out of this agreement, with reference to North Korea, the challenges of entering into diplomacy. So my direct question, if the President determines that you cannot modify this agreement and Iran is in compliance, what is your view as to whether America should withdraw unilaterally from the Iran nuclear agreement?
Senator, I know clearly what my mission is going to be. The President's made very clear what the Secretary of State's mission has been, and I expect no change to that.
And I didn't ask. I asked what's your views.
Yes, Senator,
I understand that.
Yeah.
We've had nominees come before this committee and express their views
Yes.
and are doing very well in this administration and who have disagreed with the President,
Yes,
and the
I've-
President gets the last word. I understand that.
I've done
I
it
want to
many
know
times,
your
Senator.
views.
I've done it many times, Senator. I can't answer that question. Here's why. But let me tell you how I approach it. Let me tell you how I think about it. Here's how I want to tell you, if you will, if you let me tell you how I think about it, then you can. I want to fix this deal. That's the objective. I think that's in the best interest of the
But
United
if the
States of
agreement
America.
cannot be changed, my question is
Yes.
pretty simple. We're running very close to a deadline on certification. What is your view? Is it better to pull out of an agreement that Iran is in compliance with if we can't fix it? Or is it better to stay in the agreement? As the
Senator.
yes or no? I think
No,
it's an
Senator,
easy question.
it's not a yes or no question because it's a hypothetical. We're not at that point. Let me tell you, I'll
The
think
President
about it.
has to certify on May the 12th.
Yes, sir. That's yet almost a month away. It depends clearly. If we're close, imagine just as a hypothetical matter, imagine we're close to achieving the fix that the President has asked the State Department to achieve. If we're close, if there's some opportunity,
You pull out if
in
you're
the
close?
in the event that we conclude that we can't fix this deal, that these serious shortcomings that you, Senator Cardin, yourself have identified, then the President is going to be given best advice, including by me. And if there's no chance that we can fix it, I will recommend to the President that we do our level best to work with our allies to achieve a better outcome and a better deal. Even after May 12th, Senator. Even after May 12th, there's still much diplomatic work to be done.
I think you've answered the question. Let me.
And Senator, just to be clear, more than just Europe.
You've been pretty clear about the outcome you would like to see in North Korea, which I believe, I'm misstating this, please let me know, which is regime change. Is that
Senator,
accurate?
you have misstated that.
Okay. Are you in favor of regime change in North Korea?
Senator, my mission is, and I've articulated my own personal views on this, we have a responsibility to achieve a condition where Kim Jong-un is unable to threaten the United States of America with a nuclear weapon.
I understand that. So are you saying now you don't favor regime change?
Senator, I have never advocated for regime change. I have all along.
It's a simple question. So you don't believe.
I'm happy to answer today that I'm not advocating for regime change. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to get that clear. Let me go on to
And Senator, just to be clear, my role as a diplomat is to make sure that we never get to a place where we have to confront the difficult situation in Korea that this country has been headed for now for a couple of decades.
So let me get to the international climate talks and agreements that were entered into in Paris. The fact that every nation in the world has now joined in that. This is, as I explained to you, as we talked in our office, as you understand, these are self-imposed goals and enforced only by ourselves. The President has indicated his intentions to withdraw from the international agreement. It takes a period of time before it becomes effective, but he's already initiated the process. If it, in fact, takes place, we'd be the only country that is not part of the agreement. Do you support the United States withdrawing from the climate agreements?
I share the President's position precisely, which is that the Paris agreements put an undue burden on the United States of America, and that we should work to find a place where that is not the case. And when that moment arrives, we will be part of that discussion and re-enter that agreement.
So you stand by your...
That is both my view, and I believe I'm speaking for the administration.
So you believe self-imposed requirements, working with the international community, I think, I'm quoting you accurately, is dangerously wrong, bows down to radical environmentalists, and the science is inconclusive. You stand by those statements today?
Senator, we need to work to arrange a situation that treats American citizens in the same way that others around the world, so there is a shared burden to attack this challenge.
Do you see the challenge that's going to make your job, if confirmed, more challenging? Where your job is to work with the international community, our friends and foes alike,
Yes.
to try to get diplomacy to work, and yet the United States would be the only country saying we don't want to talk to you about climate under the arrangements that every other country is dealing with. You don't see a conflict with that position and trying to be the top diplomat of America, the leader of the world?
Senator, there are many times that we work with our allies, and there are many other times when we just don't see it the same way. I'll give you many indications, many examples of where this administration has worked with those same allies. Just recently, the work that we did against Russia in response to the attack that took place in Britain, we worked with our European allies. We did so very closely. This would be after the president's announcement that he intended to withdraw from Paris. So it can still work. I'll give you another example. The coalition that this administration has built to put pressure on Kim Jong-un is unique and historic and important. So there'll be places that our allies come alongside us and others that they don't. My task as the chief diplomat will be to get America's position well known and to rally the world to the causes that benefit America. I look forward to doing that if I'm confirmed as well, Senator.
Thank you. Before I turn to Senator Rubio, I'm going to use 30 seconds of my time. On the Iran issue, it's my sense in personal conversation with the President that if the Europeans do not come along with a framework agreement by May 12th, it's likely that he will withdraw.
Senator, the President's made that very clear.
And so I don't think Senator Cardin I don't think he heard the same thing I heard. And your sense is that should that happen, then you would continue after that time to try to create a better agreement. That's
Senator,
what your answer was.
Yeah, Senator, the President has stated his objective. I've heard him say it to my predecessor, to Secretary Tillerson. I've heard him say it. His goal is to take the 3 shortcomings that he identified and fix them.
Mr. Chairman, I need to correct the record. I understand the President's position. I was asking the nominee's position. I wasn't asking the President's position. I want to know your view on that, not the President's. I understand the President's view.
But I think, again, I know this is going to be highly discussed publicly. I think what Director Pompeo is saying is that's also his opinion, and that should the agreement then be negated, he would work for a better agreement after that should the framework agreement not come in place by May 12th. Is that correct?
Senator, that is correct.
Senator Rubio.
Thank you. First, just an editorial statement at the front end. One of the reasons why I've been, apart from how well I know the nominee and the work he's done in intelligence, is I think one of the critical components to be a successful Secretary of State is that when the Secretary of State comes to town, leaders and diplomats need to know that this is someone who's in the inner circle of the President, that has the President's trust and speaks for the administration. And I can just tell you from experience from the work that we've done with Director Pompeo that if confirmed, when he comes to town, leaders around the world will know that someone who has not just access to the President, but is part of the President's trusted inner circle and speaks for the President and for his policies is just critical for the success of the Secretary of State. And I would imagine if you've spoken, as you have, to all the living Secretary of States, they would have told you that that component of that relationship is so important. And I would just say anything that would undermine that, obviously, is something that would undermine the ability to do the job in that way. I have a series of quick questions, and they're important because it gives people some context about your views on foreign policy and America's role in the world, which, by the way, predate your time at the Central Intelligence Agency. It includes your time in the House of Representatives and perhaps even before that. You still agreed to unite on the matter of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that the United States has an obligation to help Ukraine defend its sovereignty.
Yes, Senator.
And you still agree that far from being a great public service, WikiLeaks is more of like a non-state actor hostile to the national interest and security of the United States.
Senator Rubio, I do believe that.
And I think you still agree that Vladimir Putin's government actively interfered in our presidential elections and elections at large in 2016, and they did so because it's part of a long-standing theory or belief that through disinformation and propaganda they could win what quote-unquote bloodless wars against democracies in the West, including the United States.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Of the 5 main threats facing the United States, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and radical jihadists, they all have one common thread: authoritarianism. Would you agree that today the major fault line in global affairs repeatedly is the competition, really a global competition between autocratic systems of governance and the democratic system, that in many ways is played out over and over again in the foreign affairs of this country and in global issues?
Senator, is with striking consistency the case that the countries that share our vision of the world and share our democratic values are not authoritarian, and those that don't are not.
And so in that vein, you would again agree that promoting democracy isn't just a nice thing to do or a good thing to do, or promoting democracy is not us butting in to other people's business or invading their sovereignty. So it's more than just a moral imperative. Promoting democracy is, in the context of that competition, as we just discussed, promoting democracy is in the vital national interests of the United States.
Yes, indeed, Senator, and our effectiveness at doing that is an important tool of American foreign policy.
And there's this ridiculous argument out there when people talk about Russian interference and their efforts and so forth, that that's no different than what America does when it promotes democracy. There are huge differences, are there not? For example, when they interfere in an election, they're trying to influence the outcome. When we promote democracy, we're trying to improve the process, not necessarily who they elect. Sometimes democracies elect leaders that are not as friendly towards the United States. When they interfere in elections, they use government and there's intelligence agencies and the like. When we promote democracy, it's largely through the work of non-governmental organizations who may receive assistance from our government. When they undermine democracy, they do it in secret. They hide it and they deny it. We do it openly. We brag about it. We're talking about it here today. And when we promote democracy, we do it at the invitation of someone in those countries, whether it's a political party, an organization, oftentimes the government itself. When they undermine democracy, they do so against the will of the people of that nation and of the governments in place. There is no equivalence between the promotion of democracy and Russian and other attempts to interfere in democracy.
Senator, there is neither an operational equivalence, as you've described it, that is, the methodologies used are very different, nor is there a moral equivalence between the two efforts. They are fundamentally different in every way, and America's democracy promotion around the world is conducted in a way that America should be incredibly proud of.
And one of the first things autocratic rulers do, almost by definition, is they violate the human rights of their people and, of course, have no problem violating the human rights of others, as we've recently seen through war crimes and atrocities repeatedly committed by an autocratic government in Syria with the support of autocratic governments in Iran and Russia. Therefore, I believe you would agree that defending human rights isn't just a good thing to do, and again, or just the right moral thing to do, which it most certainly is. Defending human rights is also in the national interest of the United States of America.
I do believe that, Senator.
And it would be a priority.
It would. And I not only do I believe it, I think history would reflect that to be the case.
Now, after the end of the Cold War, we had this belief that history had ended and everyone was going to be a democracy and everybody was going to embrace capitalism as we understand it with free economics and the like. That hasn't really worked out in the case of a lot of places, particularly China. They have most certainly not embraced democracy. They've actually gotten more autocratic, and they have embraced a definition of the World Economic Order that basically means we will take all the benefits of global trade and global economics, but we do not intend to live by any of its obligations. And so I personally believe that it was a terrible mistake that leaders in both parties have made. And now, as part of their strategy, you see China doing things like trying to create strategic depth in Eurasia. Their efforts to establish all these different programs, the Belt and Road Initiative, Silk Road and Maritime Silk Road. They're just efforts. They're not just efforts to create new overland trade corridors. They're efforts to basically make these nations economically, politically, and eventually militarily dependent on and vulnerable to China. In their maritime borders in the South and East China Sea, you see that they feel vulnerable and insecure. They see American allies in Japan, South Korea, Australia, Taiwan. And so what they're working on now is fracturing our economic and defense alliances in the Indo-Pacific region. That's why they're investing billions of dollars in building up their Navy and their Air Force to be able to establish air and sea denial to the U.S. military and ultimately make the argument that don't count on America's defense and or economic partnership because it's just paper. They can't live up to it anymore. What are your recommendations for the President as far as how important that challenge is? Otherwise, we're going to wake up one day and find out we've been driven from the Asia-Pacific region.
Senator, as a CIA Director, I've often been asked what's the greatest threat to the United States. It is always hard to prioritize and rank. We have a handful. We've got lots of opportunities as well. China certainly presents a strategic challenge to the United States of America. You laid out the various tools and mechanisms that they're using, mostly economic. The United States needs to be prepared to respond across each of those fronts so that we can find the right ground, the right place where we can cooperate with the Chinese, where it makes sense for America, and in those places where it does not, we can confront them and make sure that it is America's vision, a democratic vision, that continues to provide strength and resources for the world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, thank you for being willing to consider taking on this responsibility at such a challenging time for the United States and the world. This morning, President Trump tweeted out that much of the bad blood with Russia is caused by the fake and corrupt Russia investigation. Do you agree with that?
The historic conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union and now Russia is caused by Russian bad behavior.
Thank you. When you were installed as director at the CIA, as you said in your testimony, you swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As you pointed out, you've taken that oath 6 times. You've graduated from Harvard Law School, magna cum laude. You're an attorney. Do you think Special Counsel Mueller's investigation is a witch hunt?
Ma'am, I'm going to not speak about any of the 3 investigations that I have been a participant in today.
Do you think the President has the authority, recognizing your legal background, does the President have the authority to fire Special Counsel Mueller on his own?
Senator, I'm in no position to make a comment on that legal question.
Would you consider the President firing Rod Rosenstein over his role in the Special Counsel investigation to be an abuse of power?
Ma'am, I came here today to talk about my qualifications to be the Secretary of State. I'm not going to weigh into the active investigations that are going on in the House, the Senate, and the Special Counsel's investigation.
And I appreciate that. That's what we're all here to talk about. But the fact is, in your testimony, you talk about the actions of the administration making clear and rightfully identifying Russia as a danger to our country, and yet the President tweets out his opinion that the problem with Russia is Bob Mueller and the investigation. I think those 2 are in conflict, and it's hard for me to understand how we can have a Secretary of State who is able to go to Russia and come to Congress and talk about the challenges and the threats that Russia faces to our democracy when we have this conflicting position from the President of the United States, who you would work for. And let me just say, you talked about the actions that have been taken by this administration, but the fact is the sanctions that were passed overwhelmingly in the House and Senate that had bipartisan support have not been fully implemented by this administration. So we have mandatory sanctions related to Russian crude oil products that hasn't been implemented. We have sanctions with respect to Russia and other foreign financial institutions not implemented. Sanctions with respect to transactions with foreign sanction evaders and serious human rights abusers in the Russian Federation not implemented yet. I could go on, but as the Secretary of State, will you argue that we need to go ahead and implement the rest of these sanctions in a way that holds Russia accountable for its interference?
Yes, ma'am, every day. And if I may take just a moment.
Please.
So there's still more work to be done on CATSA. There's more work to be done on other sanctions provisions as well. I readily concede that. Vladimir Putin has not yet received the message sufficiently, and we need to continue to work at that. But it hasn't just been sanctions. The largest expulsion of 60 folks was from this administration. This administration announced a nuclear posture review that has put Russia on notice that we're going to recapitalize our deterrent force. In Syria, now a handful of weeks ago, the Russians met their match, and a couple hundred Russians were killed. The list of actions that this administration has taken, I'm happy to walk through each of them, but I don't want to take up much more time.
And I appreciate
the list
that.
is pretty long, ma'am.
And I certainly agree with that, and I think those actions are important. But they get undermined by a president who consistently refuses to hold Vladimir Putin accountable for what Russia has done in the United States. And that presents a challenge as we go into the 2018 elections, and it presents a challenge as we work with other democracies around the world where Russia has done everything possible to undermine Americans and other countries' citizens' belief in the workings of democracy. In response to Senator Rubio, you talked about the importance of defending human rights as Secretary of State. And certainly as Secretary of State, you would be this country's top diplomat representing America's values in support of diversity and inclusion. And yet, during your tenure in Congress, you've made statements that have been described as anti-Muslim and anti-LGBT rights. So how would you, as Secretary of State, reconcile those positions and statements that you've taken in Congress with the need to represent America's values and defend human rights?
Senator, I appreciate the question. Look at my record. Not just these past 15 months. There were the same questions when I was to be confirmed as a CIA director. As a CIA director, I have honored and valued every single CIA officer, regardless of race, color, you pick it, gender, sexual orientation. I've treated every one of our officers with dignity and respect. I've promoted them when they deserve it. I've held them accountable when they deserve that as well. I promise you that I'll do that as the Secretary of State.
And I appreciate those sentiments, and I appreciated your comments in your testimony saying that you would support the State Department's workforce, that it be as diverse in every sense of the word, race, religion, background, and more. And yet you were criticized at the CIA for undermining policies of the previous administration to improve diversity at the CIA.
Ma'am, I don't know the criticism that you're referring to. I have to tell you, I didn't undermine a single policy. We've emphasized it. We've talked about it. We've worked on it. I think I'm proud of the work that I did to continue to develop and increase the capacity for the CIA to deliver a diverse workforce to meet the challenges, the intelligence challenges in that case, around the world.
Well, I would just say Michael Weinstein, who is a former Air Force officer who founded the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, says that he has been seeing increasing complaints from those inside the intelligence community under your leadership. So I think there have been a number of concerns raised.
Ma'am, if I might,
please.
The number of, we call them no-fear complaints, the statutory requirement, decreased from 2016 to 2017 by 40%.
Good.
And I'm proud of that. It's not enough. Whatever the final tally was too many. But I'm proud of the record that not just, and I don't want to take full credit for that, the work that my team has done on this, I'm incredibly proud of. I supported their efforts and will do the same. I will behave the same way if I'm confirmed as a Secretary of State.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before turning to Senator Johnson, I just wanted to highlight that I don't think enough has been said or made of the fact that Russia crossed the Euphrates with their own troops and were annihilated. And it was really a strong statement that I don't think many are paying as much attention to as should, and I appreciate you highlighting that. Incredible steps by our Pentagon. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, thank you for your past service. I also want to thank you and your family for your willingness to serve in this capacity. It is a sacrifice. As you were walking by me, I mentioned that I've read a lot of testimony for nominees, and this written testimony is probably as good as I've seen, so anybody interested in this nomination should really read it. One of the reasons I liked it is I could see the concepts required for effective management in it. And of course, you're going to be in charge of managing relationships, but the concepts I'm talking about are, well, in your conclusion, the areas of agreement. That's how you accomplish things, concentrating on the shared purposes, shared goals. Obviously, in your handling of the CIA, you had a strategy on how you're going to manage that prioritization of tasks. So as I ask these questions, I want you keeping those concepts in mind. In managing your relationship with almost all nations, there's an economic relationship and there's a security relationship. Obviously, you're not Secretary of Commerce, you're not the U.S. Trade Representative, you're the Secretary of State. You're concerned, obviously, about security, but our negotiations in terms of trade are going to have a great effect. I joined Steve Daines' delegation to China, and I was struck by what they were primarily concerned about was the Taiwan Travel Act. We thought we were going to hear all kinds of things about tariffs, and they were most concerned about that core area of their interest and don't meddle with that. But I just want you to comment on how are you going to deal with that conflict between the trade relationship and the security relationship. And the reason I'm pointing out with China is we were there. We also crossed into the DMZ. We were in the Blue House, walked into North Korea. And from my standpoint, talking about priorities, our number one priority with China, the relationship with China, is to get them to continue, and they are effectively enforcing those sanctions so that we can bring to a conclusion the dismantlement of the North Korean threat. So can you speak to that conflict between trade, economic relationship, and security relationship?
Senator, it's complex. At times they're conflicting. At times they are actually additive. That is, they work together. If you can achieve a good economic outcome with a partner country, you can get assistance in other places on a diplomatic matter that you care about deeply, or on a military matter, place that you want them to assist the United States. So there's places that good diplomacy can lead to making those not in conflict, not zero-sum alternatives where you have to sacrifice an economic relationship for a security relationship. How do you do that? You build that team. The State Department has an enormous, the Undersecretary E, right, has an enormous economic team that, in my judgment, from what I can see over an extended period of time, has not been able to deliver as much value as some of the other parts of the economic apparatus of the United States government. I am intent on finding the right people to make sure that we have the tools so that we can make a full-throated, a broad effort across all elements of the diplomatic spectrum. And where it comes into conflict with security issues, I suppose it's highly factual and contextual, but the idea, and certainly we've seen this with the issues with China today, we thought through the risks, we identified relative priorities and attempted to level set them, and then engaged in diplomatic activities such that the challenges that have been presented to China through the actions that have been taken by this administration over the past weeks didn't upset the apple cart with the good work that the Chinese have done helping us on the North Korea challenge.
So do you agree with me that in our relationship with China, our top priority is their cooperation on North Korea?
It is.
I mean, currently?
It is. Today, that's the number one priority for this administration, and I agree with that.
Would you agree that in terms of the best way to bring China into full compliance with all the trade agreements, that working with our other trading partners, having a good relationship with them and having us as an alliance, working with China and make sure that they actually follow the rules, would that also be probably the best way of achieving that?
I do believe that, Senator.
What do you think? Yeah, I went over to China. I really wanted to hear their perspective. What do you think their primary goal is? What is their strategy? What are they trying to achieve? And let me just say the three things they listed to us: bring 1 billion people out of poverty, improve their environment, and avoid a financial crisis. Those are their three top priorities that they told us.
Senator, I've heard similar things. I've actually, in my interactions, have heard the economic crisis listed first. That is, they have this challenge of leverage inside of China today. They've got to wind their way out of, and they've got to do it through economic growth. That was their priority. That has the secondary benefit that you described of bringing the next several hundred million people into middle-class China. When I've spoken with them, those were their two fundamental priorities.
So they have enormous challenges. So I guess one of my points being is, rather than look at our relationship with China as a win-lose situation, it sure makes an awful lot of sense to me is try and redefine that and try and obtain a win-win situation. Would you agree with that?
Senator, I would agree that in most situations in the world, with a handful of exceptions, there are opportunities to not make the negotiation, the diplomacy, a zero-sum game. And with respect to China in particular, I know that's true.
So to quickly switch to Russia, I think it's a historic tragedy that Putin has taken this path. Can you describe in your words what path has he taken? What is Russia's aims?
I'll take Vladimir Putin at his word that the greatest failure of the 20th century was the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I think he believes that in his heart. I think you see his actions follow from that, attempts to regain power through and to maintain his power, and maintain his popularity through activity taking place outside by poking America, to maintain his not only capability, an enormous nuclear arsenal, but also his desire to be perceived as such, as being perceived as a superpower. So I think each of the actions you take are to undermine democracy in the West, such that the Soviet model, the now Russian model, is the one that is painted to the world as the one that will lead the world to greatness. We know that's not true, and we can't let that happen.
So to prevent that from happening, we need to be fully engaged, particularly in Europe, but anywhere where Russia is pushing and being aggressive. For example, in the Balkans. I've been over to Serbia, Kosovo a number of times. I think they're at a hinge point. I want to encourage you. I think Assistant Secretary Mitchell's done a great job of certainly encouraging all of us to pay attention so that they decide to continue to look to the West because Russia offers them nothing. Can you just quick comment?
Senator, I agree. I would add to that, when you say everywhere, I would add to locations we see them being adventuresome as Latin America as well. So I agree. We need to push back in each place that we confront them, and by every vector, cyber, economic, each of those tools that Vladimir Putin is using. We need to do our best to make sure that he doesn't succeed in what we believe his ultimate goal is.
Again, thank you for your willingness to serve.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Corker. Thank you, Director Pompeo, for your willingness to step forward and once again serve our country. To your family and to you for what has been a long career of public service in the United States military, as an elected official, as the director of the CIA, and now for this position. I appreciated the conversation we had yesterday and the opportunity to follow up on some of the issues we discussed. And I am optimistic you would follow through on your commitment to fight for the State Department, for USAID, for resources and their personnel. I think many of us on this committee have heard over the last 15 months real concerns about management, morale, budget cuts, and the State Department, USAID, and I'm optimistic you would fight for those professionals and you would respect their service. I'm also well aware you have a strong and close relationship with the President, and as we discussed, I think a key role for America's chief diplomat is to advance not just our narrow interests, our security or economic interests, but to also see our values as being a key part of those interests. And I hope that you will both advise the President and on occasion stand up to him if he is doing things with which you disagree, and that you will ensure that he considers the vital role of diplomacy in responding to the threats we face around the world. So let me just follow up, if I might, for a moment on a line of questioning two of my colleagues pursued. You are a magna cum laude graduate of Harvard Law School. I couldn't get into Harvard. I went to Yale Law School. And as such, I'd assume that you'd agree that rule of law is absolutely essential to the values that define our democracy. Is that correct?
Senator, I only spoke publicly 5 times as a CIA director. Each time I spoke publicly, I spoke to, and maybe there's an exception, but each time I spoke at some length about the importance of the rule of law at the CIA, how we were a creature of law, and how if we didn't do that, the fundamental failure that would lead to. I believed it as a CIA director, I believed it all my life, and I'll believe it as the Secretary of State if I'm confirmed as well, Senator.
Well, and I think you made a strong statement that if confirmed, it'd be the 7th time you'd raise your hand and swear an oath to the Constitution. So let me just go back to a line of questioning. President Trump described Special Counsel Mueller's investigation as an attack on what we all stand for, and he has repeatedly threatened to fire Robert Mueller. He's threatened the investigation. He's threatened the Attorney General in his tweets in ways I find troubling. Do you believe Special Counsel Mueller's investigation is an attack on our country and all we stand for?
Senator, I hope you'll take this the right way. As the director of the CIA, I've been involved in that investigation. I've worked with Senators Burr and Warner and with Congressmen on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I have been a participant in Special Counsel Mueller's activity. I think anything I say with respect, I want to avoid that today. I apologize that I can't speak more fully to that, but I hope you'll respect the fact that everything that I was asked to do in my role as CIA director related to any of these investigations I've done with as much thoroughness, as much depth, and as much alacrity as our organization could achieve.
Well, I'm convinced that if the President were to fire the special counsel or to interfere with this investigation by firing Rod Rosenstein with an intention to then interfere with and shut down this investigation, that it would put the rule of law genuinely at risk. If that were the case, and if that happened, would you resign your post as Secretary of State in order to demonstrate that we are a nation of laws, not of men?
Senator, I haven't given that question any thought. My instincts tell me no. My instincts tell me that my obligation to continue to serve as America's senior diplomat will be more important at increased times of political domestic turmoil. We've seen this in America before, right? This wouldn't be the first time there's been enormous political turmoil. My recollection of the history is that previous secretaries of state stayed the course, continued to do their work, continued to do the requirements, statutory and constitutional, that they had. Having not given it a great deal of thought, I'm confident that that's the path that I would take.
Well, Director Pompeo, I'd urge you to give it some thought. Many of us are giving it some real thought and have had to do so for months. And it is regrettable, I think, that we're in a place where we're seriously discussing this rather than diving into the policy questions that face us around the world. But I think there are moments when our values and what we do teaches to the world. And whether the right course is to resign or to engage and to speak out against it and to counsel against it and to then work to restore the rule of law, we could debate. But I think it's vital that we have as our chief diplomat someone who understands our values, as I believe you do, and who is willing to fight for them even by taking dramatic steps like a resignation in order to signal vigorous disapproval of what the president's done or might do. Let me move on to another area, if I might. When discussing Saddam Hussein, President Trump has said, and I quote, he was a bad guy, a really bad guy. But you know what he did well? He killed terrorists. He did that so good. They didn't read them their rights. They didn't talk. They were terrorists. It was over. And while we could debate whether or not Saddam Hussein was a good guy or a bad guy, I think it's important. This is another example, much like something we discussed, the president of the Philippines and his conduct, where challenging an ally or challenging the historical record on behalf of our rights is important and our values. So to what extent do you think that actions that curtail human rights and erode processes like due process and the rule of law by foreign governments actually fuels instability, strengthens terrorist threats, that when we are perceived as being on the side of a quick and violent result rather than the rule of law and a just result, it actually makes us less safe?
Senator, I agree. I think I agree with if I understood the premise of your question correctly, I think I agree with it as laid out, but I'll try and repeat it for you and see if I got it right. I agree. American behavior matters. The way we behave around the world, our activities, the things we choose to do and not to do matter. They are reflective. One of the best memories I've had so far as CIA Director is I was with a partner intelligence service leader who'd been at this a lot longer than I had. And we were walking in a dusty place, and CIA had done great work alongside them. They'd been a great partner for us as well. And he turned to me and he said, you know the most important thing that America has done for my team? It's great that you give us some help. It's great that you teach us some technology and some tools. The most important thing you've done for us is you've set an example. CIA officers behaving professionally, having boundaries, existing under the rule of law, communicating, all the professional behavior that your officers have exhibited has been the most important thing you've done for our organization. You've made us better. And so, to your point, I think that's an example where, put aside the policy or the work that we did, the substantive work we did, it was America's norms that had proven truly valuable to this foreign partner. I was incredibly proud to be this director.
I'm glad to hear that example and to hear you repeat our shared commitment to the rule of law as a core American value. But I do think that we are in a time when we are going to have to confront questions about what we are willing to do in order to demonstrate our fealty to the rule of law as a foundational principle of our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just to give everyone a state of play, it's my understanding we may have a vote at 2 o'clock, so we won't have one soon. It's my plan just to keep going, so until that time. If our witness needs to take a break for other reasons, Mary Elizabeth just text Todd and we'll make that happen. And with that, Senator Flake.
Any good diplomat can outlast the folks he's talking to, Senator.
I noticed you haven't been drinking any water.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director, for the testimony so far. I've had to pop out for other hearings, so I apologize if I plow any old ground, but can we talk about Iran for a minute? With the JCPOA, Iran has already realized much of the benefit from this agreement in terms of money being released. Is that correct?
They have received great benefit from the JCPOA, economic benefit from the JCPOA. Yes, that's correct.
If we were to somehow get out of the agreement, would there be an attempt to claw some of that money back?
Senator, I haven't considered that.
I don't think that there is.
I would think that unlikely.
Yeah.
There's not a tool inside the agreement to achieve that.
Right. That's my understanding as well. So, in effect, Iran has already realized much of the benefit from the agreement. But if we were to exit the agreement now, we would give them reason to renege on the agreements that they have made on the nuclear side. Is that right?
Senator, they're still receiving enormous economic benefits, even as we sit here this morning.
Right.
So there is continued. So there is continued interest on the part of Iran to stay in this deal. It's in their own economic self-interest to do so. And I guess I'd add, Iran wasn't racing to a weapon before the deal. There is no indication that I'm aware of that if the deal no longer existed, that they would immediately turn to racing to create a nuclear weapon today.
Well, my concern is certainly that they have realized the benefits of the agreement. In the end, I voted against the agreement. I applauded the last president for negotiations. I thought that it should have been presented as a treaty before this body. I think it would have been a better agreement and something that I could have supported. But now that it is in effect and Iran has realized the benefits of it economically, I think that we ought to think long and hard about giving Iran now the ability, if we exit the agreement, to continue on the nuclear side and not uphold the obligations that they agreed to under the treaty. So I know that that's being considered. And the other, with regard to North Korea, I am happy that the president is talking. That discussions at the highest level are had. I've always agreed that presidents and secretaries of state and others ought to talk to rogue leaders. But I am concerned, I think, and a lot of Americans are, that these discussions that usually take place in that regard at the head of state level are preceded by a lot of negotiations, meetings, and deliberation by people like yourself and your able diplomats who, if you're confirmed, will have at the State Department. Do you have some of those concerns as well, that this first meeting that's being discussed will take place perhaps prematurely before the hard negotiations that must be done by skilled diplomats simply will not have been done?
Senator, there is work being done today in preparation for the president's proposed meeting with Kim Jong-un. So, American people, and you should know there's work being done in preparation for that. The president's view has been, and I agree with him, the model that we have used previously, long negotiations to get the two leaders to the table, hasn't happened. We haven't had that opportunity to have these two leaders sit together to try to resolve this incredibly vexing, difficult challenge. So the president's judged that if the two of them, there'll be lots of work to do. No one is under any illusions that we will reach a comprehensive agreement through the president's meeting, but to set out the conditions that would be acceptable to each side for the two leaders who will ultimately make the decision about whether such an agreement can be achieved and then set in place. I'm optimistic that the United States government can set the conditions for that appropriately so that the president and the North Korean leader can have that conversation and will set us down the course of achieving a diplomatic outcome that America and the world so desperately need.
Is there some concern that exiting the Iran agreement might play poorly with regard to a possible agreement with the North Koreans? It would seem that if you're the North Korean leader or negotiators on that side, they might be concerned at our reliability in terms of signing an agreement if the next president could simply exit it.
Senator, while I'll concede we don't know precisely what Kim Jong-un is contemplating, how he's thinking about his option set today, I've read lots of the analysis with respect to what his concerns and how he's thinking about the challenge he faces today with the enormous economic pressure that has been placed upon him. And the lists of things that he is thinking about don't involve other deals throughout history. It's not the case he's focused on did we pull out of the START treaty? He's thinking about how it is he can set conditions so that while we talk about complete, verifiable reversal of his nuclear program, he's thinking about the sustainment of his regime. What are the tools? What are the assurances that can be put in place that aren't reversible? He's going to be looking for something more than a piece of paper. He's going to be looking for a set of conditions to be put in place so that he can undertake a task, denuclearizing his country that for decades no one believed could occur.
Thank you. Turning to Africa for a minute, Senator Coons and I just traveled to 4 countries in Africa, including Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is going through a transition. They have a new leader. Elections are scheduled for July and August, and we don't have an ambassador there. Will you commit to ensure that we have an ambassador on the ground? I know a lot of that depends on us, but we tend to move it through as quickly as we can in this committee. But ambassador on the ground in Zimbabwe when that transition occurs, that the elections are held.
Yes, Senator, it will actually in the first instance depend on me and the President to get a nomination to you, and I commit to doing that post-haste if I'm confirmed.
Thank you. I'll take offline and submit additional questions on Cuba. We've had some private discussions on this. I'm concerned, similar vein, that we have just a skeletal staff there in the embassy, given the issues that occurred there. But I think that it's an important time there. We're going to have a non-Castro head of state for the first time later this month.
Yes.
And so anyway, if we could beef that staff up, it'd be great as well.
Thank you, Senator Flake.
Thank you. Senator Udall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service, Director Pompeo, and we really appreciate having your family here and look forward to you answering our questions. I want to follow up. I've worked with Senator Flake quite a bit on Cuba and follow up on the Cuba issue. Cuba's about to choose its first leader who is not a Castro, yet the U.S. presence in the country has been reduced significantly, and as a result, other countries are filling this vacuum. Will you work to help improve ties with Cuba, a relationship that benefits many states hoping to increase trade with the island? As you know, when I visited with you in my office, I talked about how many governors have gone to Cuba and said, with their agricultural folks, and said, Cuba has 11 million people. We want to sell food products to them, agricultural products to them. So will you work to improve ties with Cuba?
Senator, I recall joking with you about Kansas wheat. The answer to your question is yes. Senator Flake had asked about the ambassador, the diplomatic presence there. I think everyone's aware of some of the concerns, but I assure you, and I'll assure Senator Flake as well, we will, consistent with making sure we can keep these folks safe, we will build out a team there that will deliver American diplomacy to Cuba in a way that represents the finest of America.
Now, as you know, U.S. internet companies, Cuba has very, very little internet capacity, and this is one of the things I think really could open Cuba up to the world. Do you believe the United States companies should lead the effort to help bring the internet to Cuba?
Senator, that question sounds like there may be something buried there that I'm not aware of. So if I might.
Now, come on, Mr. Chairman.
So at the risk of demonstrating ignorance, I'd prefer the chance to talk to my experts at the State Department and work my way through it.
Okay. And there's nothing really tricked there. I mean, I've worked with a number of members of this committee and others outside the committee to try to push the effort to have the internet be a big part of what our first push in Cuba. as you know very well, and we talked about this in my office too, the State Department and Defense Department work hand in glove on these crucial issues, and the job of the State Department is to try to make sure we don't get into unnecessary wars. Your work, I think, is to work hard at diplomacy, search for peace, do what we can, and make sure that we don't get into another war. Are you committed to robust diplomacy, as our ranking member Senator Menendez talked about, and committed to do everything you can to prevent future wars?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to follow up also on several members on the Iran deal. Director Pompeo, the Iran deal has effectively cut off all pathways to an Iranian nuclear weapons program. Compliance has been certified repeatedly by the International Atomic Energy Agency and both Israeli and U.S. intelligence agencies, one which you oversee. Yet you have said that, and I quote here, Iran will have the freedom to build an arsenal of nuclear weapons at the end of the commitment, end quote. However, even when the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action sunsets under the current deal, Iran will still remain a signatory of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and a party to the IAEA's additional protocol. IAEA inspectors are not going anywhere, and if they did, the United States and the global community would have ample time to react to any breakout. And in fact, the international community, through the Secretary General, spoke out as to the importance of the JCPOA very recently. In view this position in light of your apparent support for U.S. policy of regime change in Iran, really, the contrast there really upsets me. In 2014, you said you would have preferred military strikes to the JCPOA, and I quote here, this is your quote, "It is under 2,000 sorties to destroy the Iranian nuclear capacity. This is not an insurmountable task for the coalition forces," end quote. Is this your current position, and are you for a first military strike?
I'm not, Senator. I'm absolutely not. I don't think that's what I said that day. I'd have to go back and review. With respect to the quote that you provided, I know a little bit more about what it would take today, but in terms of what I described as the capacity to achieve what I was speaking to that day, I think I'm still pretty close. But there is no doubt that this administration's policy, and my view, is that the solution to preventing Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, to finding ourselves in the same place we are in North Korea, in Iran, is through diplomacy.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence to dispute the IAEA assessment that Iran is in full compliance with the JCPOA?
Senator, with the information that I've been provided, I've seen no evidence that they are not in compliance today. I think your question is, do you have any? The answer is no.
Yeah, and I would just hope, I'm very near to the end of my time here, I would just hope that you understand that the international community and the United States working together is what got us to the point where we are. And so I think it would be very unfortunate if we're the one that pulls back and sets the stage for a very chaotic future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator
Mr. Chairman.
Before turning to Senator Gardner, on that note, do you have any sense that Chancellor Merkel and Macron's visits here, that subject matter will be discussed? They will be here before May 12th.
Senator, I've not seen the agenda, but I'd be shocked if it didn't come up.
And so there's still the possibility of the three that matter coming together on a framework, and as we get closer to that time, maybe people will be a little more focused on that occurring.
Senator, I having had some interactions with my European counterparts, I am confident that issue will be discussed at some length. It's important to them, and I know they'll raise their hopes and concerns when they travel here to the United States in the coming days.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, congratulations on the nomination to your family. Thank you for your commitment to service. This is no easy task that you are about to take a part of, and I appreciate your willingness to serve our country once again. Thank you. Director Pompeo and I had an incredible opportunity to serve together in the House Energy and Commerce Committee for a number of years.
We were with Senator Markey.
And so there are several of us on this committee, and we had the opportunity to sit next to each other to work together, and I can tell my colleagues on the committee that there is no one who came better prepared, more understanding of the issues, and always looking for a creative answer, and the diligence that he pursued that work to find that creative solution, I think, is something that I always admired about his work in the House, and I know that continued as director of the CIA and will continue upon his confirmation at the State Department. I have one request, Director Pompeo, that is very important to me. As Secretary of State, Kansas will have no greater authority over water than they do right now. So anyway, we won't get into water fights between Colorado and Kansas right now. I would like to submit for the record, if I could, ask consent to submit a letter written by former senior government officials with national security experience in administrations of different parties or on Capitol Hill, people including General Alexander, Michael Allen, Jeremy Bash, General McCasey, ask for the record to be submitted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, you and I have had a number of opportunities to talk about Asia. If you look at Asia, it was written once that this is the most consequential region for America's future. The largest armies in the world will camp in Asia. The most powerful navies in the world will gather. Over 1/2 of the world's commerce will take place. 2/3 of the world will travel. 5 of America's 7 defense treaties located in Asia. It's the region where 2 superpowers will compete to determine which world order will prevail. Director Pompeo, several of us on the committee, Senator Markey, Senator Rubio, and I are working on legislation that would help speak with one voice, the administration, Congress, when it comes to Asia, creating a reassurance initiative that will allow us to focus on 3 areas: economic matters, security matters, rule of law, democracy matters. Over the last Congress, we held a number of hearings focusing on those 3 areas. In addition, a 4th hearing that focused on this reassurance initiative and our effort to understand the future of a U.S.-China relationship, something that has at times been described as a Thucydides trap by both Graham Allison and I believe President Xi when he was here. Director Pompeo, do you believe it is important that Congress and the administration speak with one voice as it relates to Asia and our Asia policy?
Senator, I do. You shared the outlines of that legislation to me. I look forward to working with you to see if we can get it right and do good for America by joining together to accomplish that.
Could you share with me some of the priorities you think should be in a comprehensive Asia policy?
Oh, goodness. So step 1, obviously, is diplomacy, making sure that there aren't mistakes, that we don't talk past each other, we don't end up, you talked about the Thucydides trap, the ability to avoid that almost certainly depends on the capacity for the 2 nations to speak to the things that they have as their central interests, their core interests, and then those things that are of second-order importance, where cooperation will be the mark of the day. I think diplomacy leads that effort. As I think we would all agree, absent a strong America, the rest of the things pale in comparison. We've got to make sure we have robust economic growth. The underpinnings of our capacity to have the leverage to achieve good diplomatic outcomes depend on that. And so we need to be sure that America does the things it needs to do so we have not just 2018, 19, and 20, but a long-term horizon of economic prosperity.
But I think you would agree with me as well that the creation of a long-term policy, a generational policy, so to speak, on Asia, an Indo-Pacific strategy is what we need, not just a 4-year, 8-year presidential term strategy.
No, that's right. That's why what you describe is important, because when the questions get asked about China, we can never forget that they live in a complicated region with lots of countries with widely varying interests, and a Chinese government that is intent on expanding their capacity to have not only economic influence in those countries, but using that economic tool to achieve political influence in those countries as well. We need a thoughtful long-term strategy that prevents that from taking place.
And we'll get into China a little bit more either now or during the next round of questions, but I think it's important to note that even today, China has announced live-fire exercises in the Taiwan Straits. We've seen the clear militarization of the South China Sea, and these are just a few of the challenges we have that have been lingering for a number of years, but certainly increasing in their importance today. I want to shift right now, though, to North Korea. Do you agree with Secretary Mattis that North Korea is the most urgent security threat the United States faces?
I do.
This committee has led the efforts over the past several years to increase maximum pressure on North Korea and the Kim Jong-un regime with passage of legislation, the North Korea Sanctions policy Enhancement Act, and also working together to assure maximum pressure is applied. Senator Markey and I have introduced legislation known as the LEAD Act, the leverage to enhance effective diplomacy, which would impose a trade embargo on Pyongyang and its enablers. Will the administration's maximum pressure and engagement policy mean a continued pursuit of third-party entities and financial institutions who engage in significant trade with Pyongyang?
Yes.
Will you commit to advance this LEAD Act and others like it that include mandatory sanctions against these entities?
Well, I'm not familiar with the details.
It's a great bill.
The President has made clear the continuation of the pressure campaign is the tool that enables the opportunity to achieve a successful diplomatic outcome in North Korea.
And briefly, we have about a minute left here. Can you share with me the exact goals of the presidential summit between the United States and North Korea?
Yes, I believe I can. It is to develop an agreement with the North Korean leadership such that the North Korean leadership will step away from its efforts to hold America at risk with nuclear weapons, completely and verifiably.
To be clear, again, the only goal the United States has as it relates to North Korea is the complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization of the North Korean.
I want to be careful about complete. North Korea also has a significant military arsenal, one of the largest armies in the world. We need to ensure that we continue to provide a strategic deterrence framework for our allies in the region, the South Koreans, the Japanese, and others as well. But the purpose of the meeting is to address this nuclear threat to the United States.
And our goal remains the complete, verifiable, irreversible denuclearization. That's what you said,
sir,
right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Pompeo, congratulations for this nomination. During the negotiation over the Iran nuclear deal in 2014, you opposed the deal and you stated, quote, "It's under 2,000 sorties to destroy the Iranian nuclear capacity. This is not an insurmountable task for the coalition forces." A number of people opposed the deal, but you were somewhat unique in publicly venturing the thought that military action might be preferable to a deal or easier than some folks were suggesting. Where did you get the notion that destroying Iran's nuclear capacity could be accomplished with 2,000 air sorties?
Senator, it was based on the things that I had learned as a member of Congress.
You were, your military career and as a member of the House Intel Committee.
Senator, yes, I think that's right. I'm trying to remember the timing of the statement. I think I would have been serving on the Intelligence Committee at that point in time.
Would you have, at the time, did you have any reluctance to share that assessment publicly? That seems like a pretty specific sort of an assessment. To say I'm confident in our capacity is one thing. To publicly discuss that it would be 2,000 sorties to wipe out the Iranian nuclear capacity struck me as odd. Did you have any reluctance to share that at the time?
Senator, no classified information was contained in that simple statement.
Wouldn't that sort of specificity probably rely on an awful lot of classified information or plans?
Senator, 2,000 is a pretty big round number. There was no effort here to make any specificity. Might have been 1,000, might have been 3,000, right? There was no aim here to communicate it. But I actually, to your point,
well, you weren't trying to be inaccurate in your statement.
No, Senator, absolutely not. I never try to do that. But if I might, and we may disagree about this, Senator, I do think it's important. I absolutely think it's important to provide diplomats with the opportunity to be successful. Countries that are adverse to us don't often accede to our desires absent a rationale for doing so, right? So diplomats without any strength, diplomats without any capacity are just sitting there talking.
Well, I agree. I think stating that we have a lot of capacity is one thing. I was just struck by the specificity. Would it be your norm to share that kind of information publicly in such specific detail?
Senator, I'm confident if I'd done it multiple times, you'd raise them with me here today.
Your assessment, I wonder whether your assessment, did you assume that Iran might respond to an attack by the United States, or were you just assuming that they would do nothing?
Senator, I don't know that I don't know in the context of that statement that I was thinking about.
But you would agree with me that the extent of force that the U.S. would need to use to destroy Iran's nuclear capacity would depend pretty significantly on whether Iran would fight to protect against
yes,
an attack
sir.
on its own soil.
Absolutely, Senator.
And then you ventured that the attack would not be an insurmountable task for our coalition forces, and I'm curious about that too. Most of our coalition forces in 2014 were sitting around the table with us trying to do a peaceful negotiation to end Iran's nuclear capacity. It sounds as if you had confidence that the U.S. could not do a deal and then convince coalition partners to join us in bombing Iran. I'm curious what coalition partners you were thinking about as you made that comment.
Senator, I wasn't thinking of any particular coalition partners when I made that statement.
Those comments, when I heard them about the relative ease of a war against Iran, reminded me of the run-up to the Iraq War. Vice President Cheney said we'd be greeted as liberators. The president said there were definitely weapons of mass destruction. Secretary Rumsfeld said the invasion would largely be self-financing and would last, quote, 5 weeks or 5 months. It certainly is not going to last any longer. Of course, we know that the cost to the United States was 4,400 soldiers dead, 500,000 Iraqis dead, a price tag now topping $3 trillion, an unprecedented turmoil in the region. And most of those facts were known at the time that you made that statement in 2014. Let me say this. I'm one of 2 senators who serve on both the Foreign Relations and the Armed Services Committees. I represent a state that's deeply committed to the nation's military mission. I have a son in the military. I honor your military service, your entire public service. I think my mission on these 2 committees is sort of 2 things: dramatically reduce the risk of unnecessary war, raise the probability that we decisively win any war that we need to be in. I also firmly believe that we shouldn't be at war without a vote of Congress. And your actions as a House member suggested that you and I probably see this somewhat the same way. In 2011, I criticized President Obama for putting us into military action against Libya without a vote, and you voted twice to oppose military action unless it was authorized by Congress. In 2014, President Obama came to this committee to ask for the military authority to strike Syria. You supported that in the House. I supported it here in the Senate. The committee supported it. Now, President Trump has ordered missile strikes fired at Syria last year. He didn't seek congressional approval. The U.S. conducted airstrikes against the Syrian military in February without congressional approval. The president is tweeting that he might do additional military strikes in Syria now, and he's also aiming words directly at Russia. As far as I know, Syria has not declared war against the United States. Has Congress given the president specific authority to wage war against Syria?
Senator, I think you and I actually do share a similar bias for the executive and legislative branches both to be involved when such momentous decisions about war are undertaken. Now that I'm in the executive branch, my views on that have not changed.
And you would agree with me that waging a war requires both a domestic and an international legal justification?
Yes, Senator, I would. With respect, you asked about I don't want to dodge your very specific question. You asked about Syria. For a long time, multiple administrations have found that the president has authority to act and take certain actions without first coming to Congress to seek approval, whether it was Kosovo. The list from Democrats and Republicans is long and like. Just to close, I share your view. In each case where it is where we America and our soldiers and sailors, airmen and Marines are better off if we have the entirety of the United States government working together and having authorized the activity.
For the past year, I've been trying to secure the administration's detailed legal justification for last April's strikes on the Sharat military base in Syria. The administration has not fully provided it, and there is reportedly a memo that is laying out a description of what the president or the administration feels are the appropriate executive powers. Would you support the release of the non-classified portion of that memo to Congress so that we can see what the president thinks his powers are and engage in a productive dialogue about that?
So I learned about this memo. I think you shared it with me. I was unaware of that. I promise I'll work alongside you to do the best I can to get you that information. And if it's a classified version of it that you have a right as a member of the legislative branch to see, I'll work to get you that. And if it's an unclassified version, we'll work to achieve that as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before turning to Senator Young, so then specifically, a surgical strike against, let's just use the last one that occurred with 59 Tomahawk missiles. Do you believe that does require an authorization from Congress?
Senator, multiple administrations have taken those kinds of activities under the President's authority.
Yeah. So I was ranking member when our chairman and I in the committee wrote an authorization for the use of force against Syria that unfortunately was not used and has changed the course of history, unfortunately, and displaced millions of people and hundreds of thousands of people are dead. And not to say that that would have necessarily prevented all of that, but certainly would have changed the trajectory significantly. I agree with you, and I've shared that with the President just in the last very short period of time, that I do not believe that should he choose to take a surgical strike against Syria, that an authorization from us is necessary just based on a body of evidence that we have and the things that have occurred in the past. And I like you, oppose strongly what we did in Libya. And I think that's complicating our efforts in North Korea because of obvious reasons. So with that, Senator Young.
Welcome, Mr. Director. Congratulations on your nomination. My point of emphasis as I start here won't be on trying to identify some areas of principled disagreement. I suspect if we worked hard enough, we might be able to find some of those. But I want to emphasize the importance of having a smart, experienced individual as our next Secretary of State. Based on my time serving with you in the House of Representatives, you've certainly checked those boxes. And we also need a leader who's credible, not just with our own president, but with leaders around the world. And you've also checked that box. So I want to encourage you, and I anticipate supporting you. In our March visit in our office, we spent much of our time talking about crises around the world. You'll certainly be immersed in these should you be confirmed. But we also spent a lot of time talking about communication, the level of responsiveness of the State Department. And I was quite candid with you about my unhappiness from time to time with the Department of State and the level of responsiveness I'd seen over the last year or so. Though it has significantly improved, there's been an uptick in dialogue between the Department and my office, and I think this committee more generally in recent months. We have an Article I responsibility, which you understand very well. This is the Committee of Jurisdiction that oversees the State Department. And I just want to get you on record here. You indicated in your prepared statement that you were prepared to pick up our calls on the first ring. I think that's exactly the sort of message that you ought to be sending. So to be clear, do you commit to ensure that the Department of State provides timely and responsive answers to me and my office?
Senator, as a CIA Director, I adopted the Leon Panetta model, which was more time, more cups of coffee, have real interactions, whether you agree or disagree with a particular member, to do that and to provide the committee the documents to which they are duly entitled as elected officials. I'll promise to do that for you.
That's refreshing. Thank you. Mr. Director, do you agree that the U.S. national security, our national security depends in large measure on a vibrant and growing economy?
I do.
In your prepared testimony, you mentioned China's systematic policies of stealing our intellectual property, of forced technology transfer, and associated activities. You also mentioned just moments ago that China is using mostly economic tools against us to achieve broader geopolitical, geostrategic ends. Do you believe these policies by Beijing have already undermined, and if they continue unabated, will continue to undermine our ability as a country to realize our potential for economic growth, to incentivize investment in key technologies and key sectors of our economy, and to sustain the financial wherewithal that is required to defend our country and advance our values worldwide?
Yes, Senator, I do. I think those risks are real. I think they're honest today. That is, I think we're in the midst of that. This is not some future risk that's presented to the country. I think we have to confront it today. Most directly on point is the enormous amount of intellectual property that has left the hands, sometimes taken, sometimes coerced out of the hands of U.S. companies. The imagination and creativity of the American workforce has delivered it, and the Chinese have taken it away from us. We have to develop a robust set of tools. CFIA is here, domestic. There's a bunch of tools that we need. and to do that well such that we can prevent that from continuing to happen in the future.
Well, relatedly, earlier you spoke of the need for, my words, a China strategy. So my sense is you believe we need a whole-of-government, well-coordinated, informed, strategic response to China's coercive, illicit, and deceptive economic and trade practices. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator Young.
Well, I do too. And that's why I intend to introduce this month some legislation on this very topic. I'm going to require, through this legislation, working with my colleagues and the administration, the periodic production of a national economic security strategy. I'd welcome the opportunity to work with the administration, you in particular, and any colleague who shares these goals. I think we'll get this across the line. It's needed now more than ever. Do you believe that a U.S. response, Mr. Director, to China will be more effective if we assemble a multilateral coalition of allies and key trade partners who also have suffered due to Beijing's economic policies and trade practices to create a unified international front to apply maximum pressure on Beijing to achieve our objectives, as opposed to a merely bilateral dynamic, which I perceive we have now?
I agree with that. I mean, conceptually, if we can get the countries of Southeast Asia, more broadly in Asia, and others to jointly set up a framework that achieves what it is that you've described as our objective, we are far more likely to achieve most or all of it.
Mr. Director, given the challenges we confront with Russia, Iran, North Korea, China, and beyond, do you believe our nation's need for effective diplomacy will decrease in the coming year or two?
Senator, it seems unimaginable, but if I'm good enough, right? If we can, I am hopeful that we can begin to take some of these challenges away. I was mindful. I had all the former CIA directors nearly all of them attended, and to a person, they'd been there, some of them 20 and 25 years ago. They said, "Mike, the stack has only gotten longer. We haven't pulled one of these problem sets from the pile, and we need to do that. We need to start to solve some of these."
So your response, though humorous, actually is something I'd like to shine a light on, because the previous occupant of this Secretary of State position once indicated that part of the rationale behind his funding request for the Department of State was that there would be less of a need on account of highly effective near-term diplomacy for as much funding. Now, any large organization here in Washington or beyond can be made more efficient, and we can identify funding decreases that might be made. But I would regard it as a risky strategy to assume that your highly effective diplomacy is going to be a strong rationale for funding cuts. Are you operating under the premise that highly effective diplomacy will lead to lower funding requests in the international account moving forward?
No. When I said that, I am optimistic. I'm hopeful. This is the task to which we're engaged, but I can't see anything in the 6 or 12 or 24-month time horizon that would permit us to have any less demand for diplomatic resources.
Strikes me as responsible. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, former House Energy Committee cohort to the witness, Senator Markey.
Doctor, thank you. Along with Senator Gardner and many others, 50, many members. So welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the threat of nuclear war. In North Korea, I'm glad to hear that you believe that we should exhaust all options before resorting to military conflict. I agree with you, but I do not believe that we have yet exhausted all options. You've spoken about setting conditions for success in advance of President Trump's meeting with Kim Jong-un, and I am right now very concerned that the lack of a coherent policy in North Korea could lead to a very poor meeting. And if that meeting goes poorly, some might reach the conclusion that both economic pressure and diplomatic engagement have failed. National Security Advisor John Bolton has recently outlined the case for preventative military strikes on North Korea, are there any conditions under which you would support preventative military strikes against North Korea as Secretary of State?
Senator, thanks for your question. That phrase, preventive military strikes, has a long history. Lots of folks have had different views. I want to be careful. There's a legal view. There's preemption. I want to stay away from the legal. Let me give you my judgment, my diplomatic and national security judgment on that. I want to start with the predicate of your question. While I don't want to speculate or hypothesize on how the negotiation might go, it's my full anticipation that however that meeting goes, there will be enormous diplomatic work yet remaining. To your point, we have not yet exhausted our capacity there. I think there's an awfully long way to go. The President has made clear, and I agree with him, that there may come that day. There may come the day when we see an arsenal of nuclear weapons capable of striking the United States of America. The President has made clear his intention to prevent that from happening. And to the extent that diplomatic tools and other tools that America has as its foreign policy power are unsuccessful, I know that Secretary Mattis has been directed to present to the President a set of options that will achieve the President's objective.
Right. Secretary Mattis has said that we're never out of diplomatic options. And let me get your response to this, because there are going to be some who make that recommendation, that we've tried our diplomatic and economic sanctions, and Kim was absolutely unresponsive in this meeting with the President. Let me remind you that the Pentagon has stated that, quote, the only way to locate and destroy with complete certainty all components of North Korea's nuclear weapons programs would be through a ground invasion. And as you know, projections for a conventional war on the peninsula estimate that between 30,000 and 300,000 U.S. personnel could die in the first days of a conflict. You're a military man. You understand this. Is there any circumstance under which you would concur with John Bolton that with the exhaustion of economic sanctions from his perspective, that a ground invasion of North Korea would be necessary in order to rid that country of its nuclear weapons program?
Senator, I suppose I could hypothesize such situations, so I'll answer your question as could I imagine one? Yes. Yes, Senator, I could. I mean, I suppose it's possible that we would get to the condition where, and I think there'd be wide consensus on this panel, where Kim Jong-un was directly threatening and we had information about his activities. Yes, I can imagine times when America would need to take a response that moved past diplomacy.
Yeah. Well, I would say to you that the consequences of the United States initiating an attack against North Korea would be catastrophic.
Senator, I agree with that.
If we had not been attacked, and that's what concerns me about John Bolton, and I think the American people will want reassurances, from you, that you would not consider such an action, because ultimately he already has nuclear weapons, and it would be catastrophic almost immediately if we decided to make a first strike against him. So I don't feel comfortable with you not taking that off the table, but I'd like to move on to Saudi Arabia and the 1-2-3 agreement that's being negotiated with them. And again, I'm going to quote Mr. Bolton, that civil nuclear cooperation, or 1-2-3 agreements between the U.S. and other countries, must include the gold standard, a commitment to forego any uranium enrichment or spent fuel reprocessing, two technologies critical to the development of nuclear weapons. Do you believe that any agreement that we negotiate with Saudi Arabia should, in fact, have a gold standard?
Senator, yes. One of my critiques of the arrangement we reached with Iran was it was insufficiently close to such a standard.
So you support the gold standard?
I do.
And
while I've not been part of the negotiation, Senator, I know that the State Department and the Department of Energy are working towards achieving that.
Right. So would you oppose any agreement that was less than the gold standard? That is, that ultimately permitted for uranium enrichment or plutonium reprocessing technology on the soil of Saudi Arabia?
Senator, I can't answer that for you. I can imagine that we got close, but not quite to the full definition of the gold standard. I don't want to hypothesize. But so the answer, I guess, is yes. I can imagine such a scenario.
Well, how do you think Iran would respond if we pulled out of the agreement with Iran while simultaneously agreeing to a deal where Saudi Arabia could receive plutonium reprocessing and uranium enrichment equipment? How do you think they would respond?
Senator, this is precisely my concern with the Iran agreement.
Right. So that's the question I'm asking you. What would be the response of Iran if we were providing nuclear weapons material to the Saudi Arabians?
Yeah, Senator, I think they would take it into account. And remember, when we're talking about nuclear weapons, we are most often talking about multiple components. We're talking about fissile material, the capacity to weaponize, and a delivery mechanism, often through missile systems. Today, Iran has the capacity to do.
Right, but
I'm just speaking to the challenge that the Saudi Arabians also see from
that.
our failure to negotiate a sound agreement with Iran.
This is going to be a very dangerous concoction if we pull out of the Iran deal, give nuclear weapons materials to, or permit them to obtain nuclear weapons making materials in their country. The juxtaposition of abandoning the Iran deal while simultaneously giving their arch rival, Saudi Arabia, a sweetheart deal is going to lead to a highly combustible condition in the Middle East that is avoidable if we reinforce the Iran deal, ensure that it's being complied with, while also maintaining a gold standard. Otherwise, what the Saudi Arabians are going to want is to be put on third base with a lead with nuclear weapons construction materials, and I think this administration will be making a terrible mistake if it negotiates a deal that allows the Saudi Arabians to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey.
Thank you for turning to Senator Isaacson. We have talked with Secretary Perry, and I couldn't agree more that we need to stress a gold standard. I will at the same time understand that, I mean, when you have given Iran the right to enrich, everybody in the region is going to want the right to enrich. So you've got your work cut out for you over the next period of time, and it is quite it's very difficult to tell an Arab nation that they cannot when we said that the Shia can. So, Senator Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on your nomination. Best of luck to you, and we'll be here to support you in any way that we can. I certainly will. Let me start off by saying thank you to the Department, to the State Department, and to this administration on the Open Skies agreements, which you may or may not be familiar with, but if you aren't, they're essential for the aviation industry and for our country. And this administration and the Bureau of Economic Development of the State Department have done a great job of seeing to it that Open Skies is enforced. I hope you'll commit when you get to the State Department, you'll continue that help and enforcement.
I will, Senator Isaacson. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Secondly, I think Ambassador Haley is gone, but let me say this anyway. I'm a big fan of Africa, and I've developed an affinity for Africa since I've been on this Committee of Foreign Relations. I've traveled there extensively, and I think it's the continent of the 21st century in many respects for our country and for everybody else. China's demonstrating they think it's important because they're spending a lot of money and building a lot of buildings and things of that nature. Strategically, with the Straits of Hormuz and many of the locations they have and what's been going on in the Persian Gulf, Africa is tremendously helpful. There are 1.5 million people there, 50 million alone, 150 million alone in Nigeria. Lots of opportunity economically, but it's important that we focus and help them build and develop and grow. Are you familiar with Millennium Challenge Corporation?
Yes, Senator. I'm familiar with it at some level.
Well, I'm a big fan. I think President Bush did a phenomenal job by establishing that program. It's sort of a partnership economically to help build infrastructure in those countries and have developed governing boards of the Millennium Challenge accounts that held the African countries who received the investment responsible for ending corruption, having better worker laws in their country, and being a partner with the United States to economically develop in their country. So I hope you, as Secretary of State, when you have the chance, you'll focus on the Millennium Challenge Corporation and what they're doing, because it's part of that soft power that we have a capability to use to win a lot of friends and influence a lot of enemies. And the reason I use Ambassador Haley as an example, we from time to time need a lot of money, votes in the UN. The more friends we can make in countries like in continents like Africa, the more votes we can influence to help us on big issues that we need in the United Nations. So I hope you'll focus on Africa when you have the chance and realize what the State Department has done. Lastly, this is kind of an editorial statement. My experience at the State Department has been that it has been in a blue funk for about a year and a half. And one of the things, and I told you this when you came to my office, I thought there was a real need for a perk, for an adjustment, and for an attitude improvement in the State Department. I think you afford the opportunity to be that catalyst of the department. To your credit, your critics and your complimenters, or whatever that term should be, at the CIA give you high marks for bringing that agency back in enthusiasm and motivation and in mission. And I think your meetings with Mike that you referred to in your opening statement and your printed statement were exactly the seed for them, because all of a sudden the employees had a chance to speak out to you, tell you what they thought needed to be done, and you had the chance in that environment to tell them what they could be as a partner with you to help that happen. And as I understand it, and I'm not shilling for anyone, but as I understand it, the attitudes of the State Department are the best that they've probably ever been, that the unity there is strong, and the understanding of the mission of the rank and file employees is great. So I want to challenge you to replicate where possible in the State Department that same energy and fire that you have at the CIA, because the State Department needs it desperately. And the State Department is our hope for peaceful settlements of difficult problems and putting our best foot forward early so we don't have to put our biggest foot forward late. And if you can do that and accomplish what you did at the CIA, at the State Department, you'll be a great secretary. Would you commit to trying to replicate what you've done there already? And please feel free to brag about yourself.
Senator, I will. I'll actually do just the opposite of that. What you described took place because of the talented officers, the expertise, the professionals at the Central Intelligence Agency. That is, I had enormous human capital with which to build a team. And I know the State Department's the same way. I know that the local employees, the civil service, the foreign service officers have that same esprit, that same desire for mission and to be relevant and to be important and to do if you sign up to be a foreign service officer, if you decide to devote your life to that, you have a special commitment. And my task, if I'm confirmed, will be to free them up to go do the great work that they signed up to do when they came aboard at the State Department. I'll work at that every day.
Well, you just demonstrated by giving the credit to the employees of the CIA exactly why you were such a popular director there, and I'm sure will continue at the State Department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pompeo. I do want to just say again, I appreciate you coming by and showing me the respect and deference to give me some time yesterday so we can talk in private.
You're most welcome.
I want to pick up on one of the themes we talked at length about, and that involves many of your past statements concerning Muslim Americans. And perhaps I just want to start with some of your language. In a speech you talked about folks who worshipped other gods and called it multiculturalism. You sort of mourn that we live in a country where that happens. Do you have any views that the Muslim faith or people who believe in worshiping quote-unquote other gods, is that just something negative in our country?
No, Senator. You can look at my record. You don't have to take my word for it here today. My record is exquisite with respect to treating people of each and every faith with the dignity they deserve, to protect their right to practice their religion, or no religion for that matter, in the way that they want to. I've done that when I ran Thayer Aerospace and Century International.
And Mr., my time is limited, so if I can follow up.
But it's important because I've heard these critiques, and you raised it yesterday. I've worked closely with Muslim leaders, with Muslim countries. The CIA has saved countless, thousands of Muslim lives during my 15 months. This is at the core of who I am, Senator Booker, and I promise you that I will treat persons of each faith or no faith with the dignity and respect that they deserve.
Your words right now are really encouraging. Words do matter. It's not just actions. In a nation of bigotry, where you see too much bigotry and hatred, you and I both know words matter. So I do understand your actions and I will stipulate to the actions you just said, but I really want to get to the bottom of people who are going to be reading your past statements and give you a chance to further explain them. And I would like to go back to what we talked about, you and I, about this idea, and I'm quoting you, that a special obligation falls on Muslims in regards to terrorist attacks in our country. And you said something very dramatic, and I know you know this. You said that people who are silent are complicit in those terrorist attacks. Do you think that Muslim Americans in this country who serve in our military, who serve in the State Department, their failure to speak up, are they complicit in terrorist attacks?
Senator, each and every human, not just Americans, each and every human being has an obligation to push back against this extremist use of violence from whatever faith.
So you don't create a special class of people in this country based upon their religion that have a special obligation, as you said, to condemn terrorist attacks?
No, Senator. Having said that, and I had a chance to talk about this yesterday. I'm not sure we ended up completely agreeing, but perhaps we did. I also do believe this firmly, that for certain places, for certain forms of violence, there are certain who are better positioned, folks who are more credible, more trustworthy, have a more shared experience. And so when it comes to making sure that we don't have terrorists brewing in places where Muslims congregate, there's a special place, right? They have an opportunity. It's more than a duty, more than a requirement. It's an opportunity, right, to be treated as, when someone from another faith says it can get characterized.
So if I can go on, because I have some more questions. So you think that Muslims in America who are in positions of leadership have a different category of obligation because of their religion? That's what I'm hearing you saying.
I don't see it. It's not an obligation. It's an opportunity.
Okay, so
Senator.
It's interesting because I would agree with you that silence in the face of injustice, we've seen this in the Holocaust, we've seen this in the Civil Rights Movement. I do agree with you that silence in the face of injustice lends strength to that injustice. I do have a problem, though, when you start dicing up American people and saying certain Americans, I don't care if it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Muslims that serve on my staff, that they're in positions of leadership that suddenly have a special obligation. I do believe, though, all of us, when this comes to violent actions or even violent words, have an obligation. And so I'm wondering, sir, do you know Frank Gaffney?
Yes, I do.
And you've been on his show dozens of times.
I was on his show some, yes, Senator.
I have here over 20 times. And he has talked about Muslims should be, who abide by the adherence of their faith, should be tried for acts of sedition and should be prosecuted. Did you remain silent when you were on his show? Did you ever question? Because I have a lot of his statements here. Mm-hmm. Did you remain silent on the? And he's, from my notes at least, you're a friend of his. Were you silent in your position of authority against these words that are violative of the American Constitution? Were you silent with him?
Senator, my record on this is unambiguous.
Sir, if that's your response, you did not say anything to call out his remarks. What about Bridget Gabriel? Do you know her?
I do.
Someone who runs an organization that has been considered a hate group by the Anti-Defamation League and the Southern Poverty Law Center. Were you silent? Did you ever call her out on her remarks that are hateful or bigoted?
Senator, I've spoken to a number of groups, and I believe my record with respect to tolerance and the equal treatment of people,
yes or no? Did you ever call her out?
Senator, I couldn't tell you. I don't recall each statement I've made over 54 years.
Okay, well, I believe the special obligation that you talk about for Americans to condemn things that are attacking our Constitution, our ideals, would obligate you in your own definition to speak out. When it comes
Senator, if I might, I have called out. We had a terrible fellow in Kansas named Fred Phelps.
Sir, I have a minute left.
I called him out.
I have a minute left because I do want to give you a chance to speak about your comments on gay and lesbians. You said in a speech that mourning an America that endorses perversion and calls it an alternative lifestyle, those are your words, is being gay a perversion?
Senator, when I was a politician, I had a very clear view on whether it was appropriate for two same-sex persons to marry. I stand by that.
So you do not believe it's appropriate for two gay people to marry?
Senator, I continue to hold that view. It's the same view.
And so people in the State Department, I met some in Africa, that are married under your leadership, you do not believe that should be allowed?
Senator, we have, I believe it's the case we have married gay couples at the CIA. You should know I treated them with the exact same set of rights.
Do you believe that gay sex is a perversion? Yes or no?
Senator, if I can, if you
yes or no,
give me
sir.
a moment,
Do you believe that gay sex is a perversion? Because it's what you said here
Senator,
in one of your speeches. Yes or no? Do you believe gay sex is a perversion?
Senator, I'm going to give you the same answer I just gave you previously. My respect for every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation, is the same.
So I will conclude by
so
saying,
if I'm confirmed.
I will conclude by saying, sir, you're going to be Secretary of State of the United States at a time that we have an increase in hate speech and hate actions against Jewish Americans, Muslim Americans, Indian Americans. Hate acts are on the increase in our nation. You're going to be representing this country and their values abroad in nations where gay individuals are under untold persecution, untold violence. Your views do matter. You're going to be dealing with Muslim states and on Muslim issues. And I do not necessarily concur that you are put forward the values of our nation when you can't even, when you believe that there are people in our country that are perverse, and where you think that you create different categories of Americans and their obligations when it comes to condemning of violence. So I'll have another round, but thank you.
Thank you. Senator Portman. Senator Paul, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, and thanks for going through this grueling enterprise and your willingness to serve the country. You discussed with Senator Kaine a little bit about whether or not the president has the authority to bomb Assad's forces or installations in Syria, and you mentioned historically, well, we've done it in the past. I don't think that's a complete enough answer. I mean, my question would be, do you think it's constitutional? Does the president have the constitutional authority to bomb Assad's forces? Does he have the authority, absent congressional action, to bomb Assad's forces or installations?
Senator, as I think I said to Senator Kaine, I'm happy to repeat my view on this. Those decisions are weighty. Every place we can, we should work alongside Congress to get that. But yes, I believe the president has the domestic authority to do that. I don't think that has been disputed by Republicans or Democrats throughout an extended period of time.
Actually, it's disputed mostly by our founding fathers who believe they gave that authority to Congress, and actually they're uniformly opposed to the executive branch having that power. In fact, Madison wrote very specifically, he said, the executive branch is the branch most prone to war, therefore we have, with studied care, vested that authority in the legislature. So the fact that we have in the past done this doesn't make it constitutional, and I would say that I take objection to the idea that the president can go to war when he wants, where he wants. With regard to Afghanistan, some have argued that it's time to get out of Afghanistan. What do you think?
Senator, I think the course of action that President Trump has taken there is the right one. It is humble in its mission. It understands that we've been there an awfully long time. It has an objective of leaving, but is not prepared to leave until such time as we can put America in a position where we can greatly diminish the threat to our homeland from terrorism that may emanate from there, and with an effort alongside that, which will be required to achieve that first objective, to create, I want to be humble, more stability in Afghanistan.
Well, actually, the president has been very specific at times on this, and he said it is time to get out of Afghanistan. We are building roads and bridges and schools for people that hate us. It is not in our national interest. That's a direct quote. So the president said it was time to get out. It sounds like you say it's time to stay. Is that a difference in opinion? Some here worry that you're going to be too much in agreement with the president. I actually worry you're going to be too much in disagreement with the president. One of the things I have liked about the president is he says it is time to come home. Let's declare victory and come home, but it sounds to me like you were saying we need to stay.
Senator, sounds like I have a Goldilocks problem. Too close, too far. Different porridge for each. Senator, the president also said in the summer at Fort Myer that he was committed to the mission that I outlined there. That's consistent with what Secretary of State has been trying to do diplomatically. It's consistent with what Secretary Mattis has been trying to do by supporting Afghan forces in the country. I believe, and I share the president's view, that we have a continued role there. And while I want to get out in the same way you do, I have friends who are serving there. I've had friends, as I know you would, who have been injured. We're not at a place yet where it's appropriate to do so.
Here's the problem is, are we ever going to be at that place? I mean, so you've got people, the administration yourself now saying in your written questions back to me that there's not a military solution. So we're sending our GIs out there to risk life and limb when there is no military solution, hoping that we sounds a little bit like Vietnam, hoping that we get to a little position, let's bomb the crap out of them to get them to negotiate, and we'll get to a little better negotiation. In the end, it was no better in Vietnam. It was still a disaster in the very end, and a lot of people wasted their lives in the end for that. I think that there is no military mission, and when you admit there's no military mission, it is hard for me to square with your desire still to stay. And we say, well, we want to leave, but when? We've been there 18 years. I think we should declare victory and come home. I think we won the battle. We did. We literally did win. There's nobody left alive who plotted to attack us on 9/11. I've asked people repeatedly, tell me the names of those left alive in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, anywhere in the world. We're now sending people to war who weren't even born when 9/11 was. And every administration comes, not just Republican, Democrat, they come and say, oh, well, it's just fine. We're going to keep fighting these wars. And it's like that it has something to do with 9/11. No, it has nothing to do with 9/11. Everybody around the world that is a radical Islamist we now are at war with because we said, oh, we got the permission to go at 9/11. But when you were in Congress, you had a little bit different position. Your position with Libya was that we should get authorization. Your position in 2013 was also, you wrote an op-ed with Tom Cotton saying, well, we should give the president the authority he needs to go into Syria. Not because you were like me that we shouldn't get involved in another war, because you were eager to get involved and you wanted to give the president permission and say, please, President Trump, let's go to war in Syria. But I think we need to think these things through, and we need to not be so carte blanche that the Constitution does give just carte blanche, permission for the president to do whatever he wants. Do you think the Iraq War was a mistake?
So I was running a machine shop in Kansas at the time, so I don't have a contemporaneous view that I expressed.
No opinions back then? How about opinions now?
I may well have had an opinion.
But
no, my opinion now is, look, we had bad intelligence. I've been one of the few CIA directors who's been willing to say we get it wrong, in spite of all the enormous resources.
But it's not just bad intelligence.
But we did have bad intelligence.
We did geopolitically the wrong thing. We got rid of the enemy of Iran. We emboldened Iran. We made it worse. We brought chaos to the Middle East. We are still suffering the ramifications and repercussions of the Iraq War. But your president said it very clearly. He says that the Iraq War was the single worst decision ever made. So once again, I'm concerned that you won't be supporting the president, that you will be influencing him in a way that I think his inclinations are actually better than many of his advisors, that the Iraq War was a mistake, that we need to come home from Afghanistan. He was against being involved in Syria at many times in his career. So I think he does have good instincts. And my main concern is that will you be one who will listen to what the president actually wants instead of being someone who advocates for us staying forever in Afghanistan, another Iraq war, bombing Syria without permission? So these are the advice you will give. And I guess that's my biggest concern with your nomination is that I don't think it reflects the millions of people who voted for President Trump who actually voted for him because they thought it'd be different, that it wouldn't be the traditional bipartisan consensus to bomb everywhere and be everywhere around the world. So that's my main concern, and I just want to make sure that that's loud and clear to everyone. That is my concern.
Thank you, Senator Paul.
Thank you. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Good to see you. There's an extraordinary article, I believe, from late last year in the New Yorker that speaks to China's rise coinciding with an American retreat from the globe. And I think we've all seen that as we've traveled the world, that the presence that the United States used to have just simply isn't there, and other countries are taking advantage. This article in part describes a relatively routine meeting of the WTO in which they were negotiating trade rules for agriculture and seafood, something that the United States used to have a big role at. And it quotes someone in attendance as saying, for 2 days of meetings, there were no Americans. And the Chinese were going into every session and chortling about how they were now the guarantors of the trading system. The article makes the case that Trump is China's biggest strategic opportunity. I've seen this, we've all seen this at multilateral meetings that we used to see major U.S. administration presence. There's virtually no presence, and other countries are taking advantage of that. What do you think about the scope of our presence at some of these rule-setting meetings, and what are your plans for the future?
Senator, we need to be there. We need to be active. We need to be capable. We need to be value-added. We need to come prepared to engage and work for America's interest in these multilateral discussions that you're describing for I think this was WTO that was in this article. It sounds like we shared that sentiment. I couldn't tell you why we weren't there. I don't know if it was the absence of people or the absence of focus. I view those as important places to get the international rule of law that's in accord with our view and not the Chinese view in that particular instance. You have concerns, and I will do my best to make sure that we're there and we're capable.
Appreciate that answer. I want to get a little bit of a clarification with respect to an answer that you gave Senator Menendez at the outset, coming back to this meeting with the President on March 22nd. Senator Menendez asked you whether there was a discussion about steps you could take to try to frustrate the investigation. And you said that I don't recall what the President asked me that day. Is that your testimony, that you don't recall what he asked?
Yes, and I want to be expressed. I don't recall if he asked anything that particular day. I know the date. I know the meeting to which you're referring, and I don't recall the specifics. And I have answered every question about that meeting and others.
I asked the question because you answered two different ways. You said, I don't recall what he asked me that day, but then you also said he has never asked me to do anything that I consider inappropriate, and those are not consistent.
Those are entirely consistent, Senator. If he asked me to do something appropriate, I'd remember.
Let me give you another chance at a different question. Senator Coons asked you in an earlier round whether you agreed with the President's characterization of the Mueller investigation as an attack on America, an attack on all we stand for. I don't understand why your participation in some of the elements of that investigation would render you unable to tell us that you don't believe the investigation is an attack on America or an attack on all we stand for. I don't think it compromises any of the work that the CIA did or does in that investigation. So I think it's really, I think it'd be really troubling if you couldn't say here today that you don't believe that the Mueller investigation is an attack on America. So I want to give you a second chance at that.
Senator, give me a third chance. These are complex legal issues that special counsel's involved in. I've done my best as CIA Director to separate each and every element of that. It is a minefield, Senator Murphy. I want to be on the far side of the line with making sure that I don't create challenges for the special counsel's office, for the two legislative committees that are engaged in this, and so with all due respect, I think try to stay away with things that relate to the special counsel as where this is about anyway.
By refusing to condemn attacks on the special counsel, I mean really over the line attacks that aren't shared by Republicans here in Congress, you are frustrating the work of the special counsel because you're associating yourself with some very poisonous political attacks.
Senator, I have worked diligently myself, and I have put demands on the team that works for me to go out of our way to make sure we were delivering for each of those three investigations. And it is difficult. They've asked for complex information that was classified. We've shared information that goes well beyond what has previously been shared, and we've done so with the aim of ensuring that the special counsel and the Senate Intelligence and House Intelligence Committee have the information they need to conduct their investigations. And you should know we'll do that today and tomorrow. And if I'm confirmed at the State Department, we'll do it there as well.
In the time that I have remaining, I want to come back to the authorization question in Syria. You said you believe that the President has the authority to strike Syrian forces. What statutory authorization do you draw on to come to that conclusion?
Senator, I believe that the President has that authority. He certainly has it under Article 2 of the Constitution.
What's the limiting factor then with respect to Article 2 powers if he can strike Syrian forces with no existing statutory authorization?
Senator, there are reams of law review articles written in answer to that very question. It's a highly fact-based analysis. There are scores of attorneys strewn throughout the CIA, throughout the State Department, throughout the White House, throughout the Justice Department.
But give me one limiting factor.
Yes, Senator, I would, if you make a commitment, right? If you make a commitment that would be traditionally viewed as a classical case for war, then the Constitution so requires. This has been a tussle between the executive and legislative branch for an awfully long time, and you know my views. I think it was Senator Kaine who said that I coming from the place that you do and on the congressional side, have deep respect for what it is that you all are looking for.
So normally a limiting factor would be an imminent threat or an attack on the United States. And
right, there's a very definition in the War Powers Act, right? There's a statutory definition that's contained there as well. I can't recite it jot and tittle today, but there's
it's an attack on
it's
an attack. The War Powers refers to an attack on the United States. There's been no attack on the United States from the Syrian regime, correct?
Senator, that's correct.
And there's no imminent threat of attack on the United States from the Syrian regime.
Yes, Senator, I'm just trying to be very careful. Yes, I think that's correct.
At the end of my time, but I might want to follow up on this. I don't think we're at to the bottom of this question yet. Thank you.
Senator, these are just I'm trying to. You're asking me today to conduct complex legal analysis with legal conclusions, and so I know it's important, and so I'm trying to do my best. I'm at the same time trying to make sure that I don't have some statement I made that I parsed the language.
I understand, but to the extent that there is not an identifiable constraint on Article 2 power, then we are all out of the business of declaring war.
If I could, I'll use another 30 seconds of my time. I think that even on this committee, there's wide disagreement over that. I know Senator Shaheen and myself, I saw our public statements over the last few days, both agree that the president has the ability to make surgical strikes. President Obama carried on for months activities against Libya that I disagreed with on a policy basis, but he had that authority to do so. At least he claimed he did. So look, I think this is a subject of debate, and I think it's prudent of our witness to not try to analyze the very details of that. On our own committee, we would debate that on both sides of the aisle at length. But I thank you for having this conversation. I look forward to the follow-up. Senator Brasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for your service to the nation. Thanks for coming by and visiting with me, taking the time to discuss the critical issues of national security. And I concur completely with you in the presidential authority to use military force in Syria. And I wanted to stay with Syria for a few moments, if I could, because what we've seen, Assad has continued to use chemical weapons, killing thousands, and most recently it sounds like another attack a few days ago. Reports emerged from the regime to killing men, women, children outside of Damascus, another terrible chemical weapons attack. So how would you suggest that the U.S. hold Assad and the regime accountable for its use of chemical weapons?
Senator, if I may, I'd prefer not to. This is a live discussion, one that, as the intelligence director, I'm actively a part of, so I'd prefer not to talk about plans and intentions with respect to how it is or whether it is that the United States intends to respond to the most recent use of chemical weapons by the Assad regime.
Moving to a different topic, you and I had a chance to discuss Russia and how it uses energy as a weapon, a geopolitical weapon, and Putin continues to use Russia's natural gas to extort, to threaten, to coerce our allies and our partners overseas. While we have been working to help our allies with energy security and diversification, Russia continues to attempt to expand its near monopoly over European energy supplies with the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. On March 15th, I led a bipartisan group, 39 senators, sending a letter to both Secretary Mnuchin and the Deputy Secretary of State Sullivan opposing the pipeline. We all agree. We requested the administration utilize all the tools at our disposal to prevent the construction of that pipeline. I think it's going to have a detrimental impact on the European energy security, and it would further reinforce Russia's influence on that region. So as Secretary of State, I ask, could you utilize all the tools at your disposal, including the Countering America's Adversaries through Sanctions Act, to ensure that the Nord Stream 2 pipeline is never built? And how do you view energy security of our allies and partners in Europe as important to our own national security?
Senator, actually, while there is definitely risk here, I actually view this as an enormous opportunity for the United States and for others as well. If we can achieve a condition where Russia has less capacity to turn off natural gas pipelines or to create risk and threats to our allies and to our friends around the world, we will have reduced the risk to the United States of America and to those countries greatly. And so I look forward to being part of the discussion about Nord Stream 2 in particular, to make sure that there are alternatives there that are in the West's best interest and not in Vladimir Putin's best interest.
And then turning to Iran, they continue to be a threat to the United States, to Israel, to the international community. Iran is the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. They're financing terrorist groups around the world, and a lot of it has to do with the massive influx of cash that Iran received from the Iran nuclear deal. And they're continuing to support destabilizing activities in the region. There's incredible amounts of evidence of that. I think the United States has to impose sanctions on Iran for what they're doing with arms trafficking, with terrorism, the development of ballistic missiles. So could you visit a little bit about how you plan to respond to Iran's illicit activities, including what they're doing to support terrorism and arms trafficking and the missile developments?
Senator, the President has laid out a strategy to push back against each of those elements of threat to America that you've described. Maybe focus just on sanctions for a moment. There's still more arrows in the quiver. There's more work to do there. As CIA Director, we've been part of providing the intelligence so that we can target those sanctions in the right way. We understand who it is and who's moving weapons around the world and who's engaged in the malign activity which we're trying to stop. Ultimately, those designations are placed by Treasury and State, but the intelligence community's had a big role. I've been part of it. We got a big team working on it. We will continue to, and if I'm confirmed, I will be part of that. I will tell you that the other element of that is also a diplomatic task. It's important when America places sanctions. It is really powerful when we get our partners to do it as well, when we can share the burden that comes with placing sanctions, because Americans can't trade in those places. And when we can share that burden and truly create global prohibitions on trading with the entities we designate, we have the most likelihood of the greatest likelihood of achieving the outcome we're looking for.
And then could I turn briefly to North Korea and the nuclear program there? Last month, President Trump agreed to meet with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un. The United States, I believe, should be engaged in talks if they're not just for the purpose of talking. So I think we'd only be engaged in credible opportunities to discuss the denuclearization of North Korea. So it's also important that the U.S. continue to pressure this regime, imposing sanctions, conducting joint military exercises, keeping the regime fully aware of the consequences of their actions. So could you talk about if you believe there is a scenario in which North Korea would actually dismantle its nuclear weapons program, and how maximum pressure might work there?
Senator, the historic analysis there is not optimistic. That is, it is almost a talisman that there is not enough coercion, there is not enough capacity for Kim Jong-un to make the decision to give up his nuclear weapons arsenal. I hope that talisman is wrong, and that's the effort that we have been engaged in. Your point about the sanctions, I think, is relevant. I've had a chance to talk to a whole handful of the people who were involved in the agreed framework, the Leap Day deal, the six-party talks. In each case, America and the world released their sanctions too quickly. That is, we didn't have the verifiable, irreversible deal that we hoped that we had, and in each case, the North Koreans walked away from that deal. It is the intention of the President and the administration to not do that this time, to make sure that before it's the case, as we did with the JCPOA, before we provide rewards, we get the outcome permanently, irreversibly, that it is that we hope to achieve. It is a tall order, but I am hopeful that President Trump can achieve that through sound diplomacy, both personally and through the offices of the United States State Department.
And then the final question with regard to human rights, the rule of law. I appreciate your opening statement and the comments about your commitment to human rights around the world, and because if we don't, who will? As Secretary of State, again, your commitment to promoting and protecting these important principles across the globe, I think, are key. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Markley.
Thank you very much. Earlier it was noted that an oath of office involves, and as you noted, you've taken it several times, to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Recently, President Trump has talked about a domestic enemy, saying that the execution of a search warrant by the U.S. law enforcement authorities on Michael Cohen's office constitutes an attack, and I quote, attack on our country in a true sense. Do you agree with the President's evaluation that that is an attack on our country?
Senator, I have always believed that the rule of law matters. I continue to believe that. multiple times, individuals have asked me to comment on statements that others have made, friends of mine have made, adversaries of mine have made, those who are coming after me. Today, what I want to talk about is the things that I believe. I believe deeply in the rule of law and will continue to do so.
And do you think the rule of law does enable appropriate warrants to be executed in parallel fashion to this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Turning to North Korea, John Bolton said it's perfectly legitimate for the U.S. to respond to the current necessity posed by North Korea's nuclear weapons by striking first. Secretary of Defense Mattis had a different view, saying that war with North Korea would be catastrophic. Do you lean more towards John Bolton's view or Secretary of Defense Mattis's view?
So I lean more closely to the President's view, which is to continue the pressure campaign, to build a coalition, a diplomatic coalition around the world, to put pressure on Kim Jong-un such that we can achieve the United States goals without ever having to put one of our young men or women in harm's way.
Does the President have the constitutional authority to conduct a first strike on North Korea without authorization from Congress?
Senator, again, I'm not going to comment on hypothetical situations or complex legal matters.
Well, you've done so before, back a while, when the question was in regard to committing resources in Libya. You put out a statement regarding a letter to Barack Obama informing him that the administration would be in violation of the War Powers Resolution unless either authorization from Congress is obtained or the military withdraws operations from Libya by Sunday, June 19th. And then you commented, and you said specifically that country, Libya does not pose a threat to the United States, nor do we have vital interests there. Did you believe, as you said then, that there is a constitutional limitation on the ability of the President to conduct war without an authorization from Congress?
Yes.
Thank you. In that context, not so long ago, there was a lot of discussion that in regard to Syria, if President Obama put troops on the ground in Syria without congressional authorization, it would constitute a foundation for impeachment. We had members of the Senate, including members of our Armed Services Committee, members of the House, and I just quote one of them, Representative Walter Jones said, "No president, Democratic, Republican, should have the authority to bypass the Constitution or the will of the American people." And he said, if one of our troops goes to Syria and is killed, I will introduce articles of impeachment. So at the time of that discussion, did you share the view that for President Obama to put troops on the ground in Syria would be a violation of the Constitution?
Senator, I don't recall if I did or if I made a statement with respect to that at that time. I simply don't recall.
But just to clarify, in the case of Libya, you did see that there was a line being crossed.
Oh, yes, Senator, I believed that.
Okay. The argument at that point was that under our NATO mutual defense and a NATO action, but you still felt that didn't give the foundation for action in Libya.
Yes, Senator, I believed what I think you said, described it as a letter, not a statement. I believed what I said in that statement.
It is an issue of great concern here on the boundaries, and certainly I think some of your earlier caution about presidents exceeding their constitutional authority is caution that we'd like to hear in your role as Secretary of State. It's often a case when people make the journey down Pennsylvania Avenue, the war powers in the Constitution granted to Congress seem to be forgotten. Will you not forget those constitutional delineation of responsibilities?
Senator, I promise you that I will take equal consideration in the same way I did that day in 2011, as I have done as a CIA Director, and as if I'm confirmed as Secretary of State, I will continue to do that.
John Bolton noted that it was legitimate for the U.S. to respond to the current necessity posed by North Korea's nuclear program by striking first. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I'm sorry, might you repeat it?
John Bolton argued that it's legitimate for the U.S. to respond to North Korea's nuclear weapons program by striking first. Do you agree with that?
Again, I don't want to wade into a hypothetical about under what conditions it might be appropriate or not appropriate. We're a long ways from that. We're working diplomatically to get the right outcome in North Korea.
John Bolton argued that Cuba was developing biological weapons and it was appropriate for the United States to go to war against Cuba. Did you agree with him on that?
Senator, I'm not going to. His words speak for himself.
No, it speaks for him, but
tell me what the question is.
But he's not here. You're here.
Tell me. I understand
your opinion.
I'm deeply aware of that. I'm sorry, Senator. Might you ask? Is there a factual predicate there about Cuban and
Did you
weapons?
agree with Bolton's viewpoint that we should go to war with Cuba?
No, Senator.
How about?
I haven't at any time stated that I believe we should go to war with Cuba.
How about in regard to his belief that Hussein had hidden weapons of mass destruction and we should go to war with Iraq?
Senator, I think I may not have expounded sufficiently. I've read the history. The intelligence community had that assessment, was incorrect about its assessment at that time.
I'll just note, the reason I'm asking you these questions is there's a lot of concern in America, and a lot of people are paying attention to this hearing, and they're asking the fundamental question, are we assembling a war cabinet of John Bolton and Mike Pompeo that are going to result in devastating consequences, bypassing Congress's authority in regards to the use of military force, and perhaps engaging in another poorly thought through mistake like our war on Iraq that has resulted in a huge loss of American lives, a huge loss of American resources, enormous instability, including Iran developing an enormous tract of influence from Iran through Iraq, through Syria to Lebanon and Yemen. And people want to know whether or not your views are close enough to Bolton's in his advocacy of force in virtually every situation that we are going to have a very dangerous arrangement on the key two advisors to the President of the United States. If the chair will indulge, could you just give me a sense of that?
I really won't. We're getting ready to start a second round.
Well, Mr. Chairman, many people have gone significantly over their time, and I'm still just within 1 minute.
Well, since you're begging, go ahead.
Thank you. Not begging, asserting fairness.
Senator, I'm sorry. Might I get you to reframe the question or ask the question one more time? I apologize.
Yes. Many people in America.
But you heard the question. Just answer it. Are you forming a war cabinet?
Yeah, Senator, I've been part of this cabinet. I've watched it thoughtfully deliberate about all of these things, and I can tell you every day at the forefront of our mind is how can we find solutions that avoid us, that achieve the American objective, but avoid us having to put a single American in harm's way. You have my commitment that as a Secretary of State or if I continue as a CIA Director, that I will continue to hold that in the forefront of my mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, thank you for your willingness to step up and serve again. I imagine it's hard to leave the CIA after only 15 months, given your tenure there, which was successful and where you developed a lot of close relationships. But you're taking on a new task, and it's a different task. You know, CIA is primarily an organization that informs policymakers. Now you're going to be a policymaker. And I think you've got a good background to do so. I enjoyed our meeting. I've enjoyed getting to know you over the years. We talked about some tough issues, and we talked about soft power. And, you know, kind of to the suggestions that were made here today, that as a guy with your background, particularly your military background, do you really believe in diplomacy and soft power? And, you know, you've got a pretty impressive background. You were on the House Intelligence Committee. You were #1 in your class at West Point. You also went to Harvard Law School. I won't hold that against you. And you were magna cum laude at Harvard Law School. But you did serve in the military. You served as a cavalry officer, patrolling, as I recall, the Iron Curtain at the time. And so I guess my question for you is, because there's been suggestions that you'd be too quick to turn to military options, how would you respond to that?
Senator, I said this, or at least I can't recall if I read it this morning, but it was certainly in my opening statement. There are a few people like soldiers who appreciate diplomats and good diplomatic work. You train, you prepare, You want very much to be prepared if America calls upon you, but you are counting on the fact that there will be diplomats around the world resolving these challenges, pushing back on these conflicts, preventing the very activity for which it is you're training and preparing. And so as a Secretary of State, you have my commitment.
You know who you sound like?
To do that.
You sound like Colin Powell. And
I'll take that as high praise.
Yeah, well, look, for those who wonder, can you be a military officer and also be a good diplomat, I think he is someone who proves the point, highly regarded at the State Department, combat officer like yourself, someone who had a strong military background, and he was very effective at the diplomacy part and of managing the Foreign Service as well. And something you and I talked about a lot in our meeting was your management approach. And I told you I thought that our morale problem with the State Department was real and that we needed a fresh start there. I enjoyed working with Secretary Tillerson. I think his lack of appointees being confirmed by this body was one of the problems, but for whatever the reasons, there's a morale problem. And I'm not going to ask you to repeat what you said to me in private, but I was encouraged because you talked about, you didn't talk about that drill sergeant, so you have to listen. I heard that today because I've been listening as well today. And but you did, in our meeting, talk about the respect you have for the Foreign Service and your belief that you can not just improve that morale, but get people motivated, feeling like they're important and make a difference. There's a lot of talk about Libya today and your views then. And there's talk about Syria today and what's going on in terms of the decision-making. Let me broaden this a little bit and ask about something that our committee is struggling with right now, which is this notion that we have an AUMF, the authorization for the use of military force, that dates back to 2001 and 2002, and has not been updated. How do you feel about that? Do you think we should update the AUMF?
I do, Senator. And if I may elaborate, I actually was part of a team on the House side some years ago that worked on that, worked with that on the White House. We weren't ultimately able to be successful. I do believe that it is important that we achieve that we have a new set of leaders in the United States Congress who also provide that authorization. I think the one that we have works. I think it provides the authorities that the President needs today, but I would welcome working alongside you to achieve, I think you used the term refreshed AUMF.
Well, I think it's very important. You know, honestly, I think it's not inappropriate to say that some in the administration have not been as forthcoming to try to get to a decision here because a number of us believe that it ought to be flexible as to region, as to groups. We do believe the President has inherent authorities within the Constitution and as Commander-in-Chief that need to be respected, but that it's just not tenable to say we're relying on an AUMF that goes back to 2001. That was, 17 years ago. So we would like to work with you on that. In our meeting, we talked about how Russia and other countries, China included, have pursued extensive disinformation and propaganda campaigns. And I think we're kind of missing out on that, both on the diplomatic front with the State Department and on the military front. People call the new hybrid threat. It's kinetic, it's military, but it's also disinformation. And other countries have figured that out, and most of them, like Iran and Russia and China and others, are using North Korea, using disinformation in a very sophisticated way. It wasn't just about our election, which I believe the Russians did meddle in our election, and I think it's well beyond that. And by the way, it happened before, and it's going to happen after unless we do something about it. These operations use a range of tools, cyber attacks, hacking, troll farms, go on social media. They fund useful think tanks, political organizations. Senator Murphy and I have done a lot of work on this, and we have legislation, as you know, to set up this Global Engagement Center to really give it the personnel and the funding it needs to be able to push back. I'd like to know your views on that, and specifically, do you agree with me on the severity of the threat that's posed by foreign government propaganda, disinformation, to U.S. interests and to our allies?
Yes, I do. Senator, I think it's a real threat, one that has been underappreciated for years now. It has become cheaper, faster, less attributable, so its power has increased, the capacity for malign actors to use these information tools in ways that they just didn't have available to them 20 or 40 years ago. It also makes stopping it more difficult and require a more comprehensive effort. We've had a small role at the Central Intelligence Agency at pushing back against it. And I know that there's been lots of talk about the Global Engagement Center. In the event that I am confirmed, I promise you I will put excellent foreign service officers, excellent civil service officers on the task of developing out that capability and using it in a robust way.
Well, I'm encouraged to hear that, and as you know, we've made some progress recently getting some funds there, starting it up. Will you commit to helping implement this in an aggressive way, including ensuring we have the right staff there to be able to pursue this critical mission?
I will, Senator Porter.
I just got back from Ukraine, and I see I just have another minute and a half left based on what everybody else took, so I'll take it. I just got back from Ukraine, and as you and I talked about, Ukraine, unfortunately, is ground zero for what's going on with regard to disinformation, but it's beyond that. I was out at the contact line and saw the military activities as well. Do you support the continuation of providing defensive lethal weapons to the Ukrainians so they can defend themselves?
Senator, I do.
Do you pledge that the United States, while you're Secretary of State, would never recognize the annexation of Crimea?
Yes, Senator, I will fight to make sure that that does not happen. And obviously, it would be the President's decision. But yes, I think it would be completely inappropriate to do that.
And do you believe sanctions on Russia imposed because of its aggression in Ukraine should remain until Russia implements the terms of the Minsk ceasefire agreement, halts its aggression?
I do, Senator.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Director.
Thank you, Senator Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you. We're beginning the second round now. There'll be 5 minutes, and I haven't heard from Mary Alice. Are you ready?
Might we take just 5 minutes, Senator?
Yes, sir. We'll take a 5-minute recess and convene again at 1:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin our second round. With that, Senator Menendez.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin my time, I have received a number of letters from members of Congress and a variety of groups expressing their views about Director Pompeo's nomination. I'd like to introduce these letters into the record.
Without objection.
Director, I want to go back to my first line of questioning, and you know, for me, all of these hearings, whether it be about a witness on a subject or a nomination, and certainly for a nomination to the Secretary of State, which is the fourth in line to accession to the presidency, is super important. And when I asked you about the March 22nd, 2017 meeting, your first answer to me was, I'm reading directly from the transcript, I'm not going to talk about the conversations the President and I had. Mm-hmm. Then, when I pressed you further, you said you didn't recall. I don't recall what he asked me that day precisely. Now, that seemed to be going from, I had a conversation, I know what the conversation was about, but I'm not going to talk about it, to that I don't recall it now, what was asked, and then you gave a blanket conversation that you've never been asked to do anything wrong, well, or improper. Well, if you don't want to talk about it and then you can't remember it, I don't know how you jump to that conclusion. So it's concerning to me because we need a Secretary of State who will be forthright with us and who will be forthcoming as well. Let me ask you this. Let me turn this picture up for you. On April 4th, this picture was taken. Can you tell me what's wrong with the photo?
Senator, you'll have to help me.
Okay.
I've seen this picture before, or a similar picture.
I would hope you could tell me what's wrong, but here I'll give it to you in the interest of time. What's wrong is that the United States of America isn't there. What's wrong is that Iran, Russia, and Turkey, supposedly a NATO ally, who is purchasing an S-400 missile system from Russia in contravention of the mandatory sanctions that this institution passed 98-2 in its law. Turkey is supposed to be our NATO ally who's fighting the same Kurds that we have depended upon to defeat ISIS. These three leaders are engaged in the question of what to do about Syria, and the United States isn't even present. So what's the implications, for example, for our ally, the State of Israel, if a Russia-Turkey-Iran alliance is unchallenged in shaping the outcome of Syria?
Senator, I largely agree with the predicate of your question. We need to have a robust diplomatic effort related to the very set of issues you're describing. They were there for the purpose of discussing how they were going to carve up Syria. That's a rough statement of their mission, but that's what they were there for. The American people need to be represented at that table so that we can be part of that.
So what's our
conversation.
strategy? What's our strategy?
So I'll walk you through what we're trying to accomplish in Syria. It is difficult. I'll concede. It is incredibly complex, and Turkey's entry into Afrin took a already incredibly complex situation and put another twist in the cartwheel. So if you'll bear with me, we have the primary mission that we've been engaged in to defeat ISIS. We did so using a group of men who did great work, and we took the caliphate down, and we ought to be proud of it. There is still work to do. That mission is not yet complete.
Next element of it, I need you to be precise because the chairman, even though I asked for longer periods of time for this questioning like we did with Secretary Tillerson, is going to be wrapping that gavel.
Senator, to talk about Syria strategy in 2 minutes is an enormous challenge.
Just give me the elements of the strategy.
So the other objective is to achieve a diplomatic outcome such that there's more stability, we can take down the violence, and so this is a diplomatic task, so that we get to a place where the Syrian people can ultimately govern themselves, and our goal is to make that a post-Assad Syria one day. It's a very difficult thing to accomplish.
Let me move to another part nearby in the world, Iran. Is it in the United States' national security interest to unilaterally withdraw from the Iran agreement without a strategy for what comes next?
Senator, I am confident that whatever course the administration takes, we will have a strategy.
Well, so you're answering yes, it is in the national security interest to withdraw because you'll have a strategy? Is that what your answer is?
It is the national security interest that no matter which course we take on, we should develop a strategy to achieve the objectives that I think we all share to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons.
If the president unilaterally withdraws from the JCPOA in May, what does the administration intend to do? What will you be recommending in terms of reinstituting the pre-JCPOA sanctions on Iran and on those countries who engage with Iran?
So there's an active policy discussion around all of these issues about how this will proceed in the next 30 days and the days thereafter. The objective is very clear. The objective is to fix the shortcomings of the Iran deal. That will be true on May 11th.
But does that mean
May 12th,
snapping back sanctions?
May 13th.
Does that mean snapping back sanctions?
Senator, I don't want to speculate on what we'll do.
I'm not, here's the problem with the nominee, Director. You want me to put my faith in you, but I can't do that blindly. I have to have some sense of what you'll be advocating, even if it's not what the President decides. Is it to put back sanctions? Does the sanctions depend upon whether the Europeans are going to be in sync with us? And if they're not, and we put back sanctions, are they going to ultimately come along with us, or are they going to reciprocate and say, we're going to put sanctions and tell our companies not to do it? And if we don't snap sanctions back, are we nothing but a toothless tiger? See, this is the critical questions that I'm looking to understand what you will advocate for. And it's not that you come as a candidate here who hasn't had dealings with this issue, because in a different context as the CIA director, you have had dealings with this issue. So that's what I'm trying to glean here, and I'm not getting it from you, so it's making it difficult for me.
I have had dealings with the Senator, and I have, at the deep urging of the sissy, avoided being part of the policy discussions around this. As you'll know, some have critiqued me for entering those discussions too much. So with your permission, it's hard to hypothesize about what the conditions will be in May and how close we may be to achieving the President's objective through diplomacy to speculate on how we might respond. It's difficult. I know that's what you're asking me to do, and I can't. It's a hypothetical situation about which we still have a number of facts that are unavailable.
Well, I was asking you for a strategy, not goals, and I don't think that a strategy is one that invades the space that you presently occupy with the space you hope to occupy. And so it just make it a lot easier for me when I have to vote on you to understand what you'll be advocating for.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, thank you again for your testimony. I think you've done an incredible job today challenging us and also being very forward in your answers. And I appreciate that today, and it will serve you well as Secretary of State, and I look forward to supporting you. There's been some news that was made while you were in the testimony earlier today by President Trump. I think he has directed, according to news reports, Ambassador Lighthizer, along with Larry Kudlow, to open up the new possibility of re-engaging in the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And so, leading into this question on China, the National Security Strategy released in 2017 says China and Russia challenge American power, influence, and interest, attempting to erode American security and prosperity. China seeks to displace the United States in the Indo-Pacific region, expand its reaches of state-driven economic model, reorder the region in its favor. China is using economic inducements, penalties, influence operations, and implied military threats to persuade other states to heed its political and security agenda. I talked earlier about the clear militarization of the South China Seas, talked about the fact that they are now conducting, or at least planning to conduct, live fire exercises in the Taiwan Straits of Taiwan. Can you talk about this, perhaps including even TPP, how that can counter China's influence and what we need to do to make sure that we have a policy toward China?
Senator, that news was news to me, but I've watched the administration, and I by the way, my record was clear. I supported TPP when I was a member of Congress. There is an economic component to what China is trying to do. We need to be engaged. It is a diplomatic component to the economic activity as well. We need to be deeply engaged there, and I'm confident this administration will do that.
Thank you, Director Pompeo. Talking a little bit about Southeast Asia and our challenge right now, how many fighters right now from Southeast Asia do you think are in Syria today?
How many
Islamic fighters from Southeast Asia do we estimate are in Syria?
Senator, I don't recall the number. There are many.
And have we seen those go and return to Southeast Asia as well?
We have.
And how is our coordination with those Southeast Asian nations, Philippines, other places, in terms of addressing, monitoring, and combating as they move back?
Without giving too much detail, it is better in some places than in others. But in much as we do with our European partners and our partners in the Middle East, we do our best to track these terrorists as they move around the world so that we can together identify ways to prevent them from conducting their terror.
The fighters that may have been in Southeast Asia went to Syria and then returned. Do we know if any of them were involved in the incidents in Marawi?
Senator, I don't recall sitting here today.
Thank you. In regards to Taiwan, the Taiwan Travel Act signed into law March 18, 2018, supported that. Commend the President for signing that. Do you agree with the policy provisions, and just at what level would you authorize State Department personnel to visit Taiwan?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm familiar with the act. I'm familiar with America's One China policy, and the 3 communiques, and then I think there were 6 assurances. So I know American policy. I know what's there. With respect to the level of appropriate authorities, I just need to look at that and, frankly, turn to the professionals of the State Department to help give me guidance before I opine on that issue.
And would you support regularized arms sales to Taiwan?
I think it's important, much as America has done for quite some time, frankly, under both every administration, Republican and Democrat alike, that we provide the arms sales necessary, consistent with that one China policy.
Yeah, and should we invite Taiwan to U.S.-led multilateral exercises, RIMPAC in Hawaii or Red Flag in Alaska?
Senator, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I haven't considered it.
Obviously, we want to turn a little bit back again to North Korea, if you don't mind. North Korea present a nuclear proliferation threat?
Senator, one of the things that's talked about too little, we talk about the missile systems, we talk about delivery, we talk about risks to the homeland. To the extent the capacity, the nuclear capability, the technology, and the capacities that North Korea has continue to exist, they present an enormous proliferation threat throughout the world. They've demonstrated that through history, and there's no reason to think, absent us being successful, they'll stop their proliferation.
Does that currently include Syria?
Sir, I can't speak to that.
Do you know if North Korea provided any of the elements, tools, supplies to Syria that could have been a part of the recent gas attack in Syria?
Senator, I can't speak to that.
Just quickly, what are your plans at the State Department for the cyber position, the cybersecurity position?
Senator, I haven't done, I've had the org chart shown to me. I've seen the holes. Beyond that, I haven't given a great deal of consideration to people filling particular positions.
Yeah, thank you.
I can only say that every element of government has a piece of its cyber duty. It's one of the challenges is that it's so deeply divided that we don't have a central place to do cyber work. At the CIA, we spent a great deal of resources. I hope we've delivered value on our cyber efforts. I would hope to do the same thing at the State Department.
I just look forward to working with you on that. I think it's an important element of what the State Department can carry out. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
I will note he has an outstanding gentleman named Rob Strayer who's there now, who not only has dealt with Homeland Security issues but foreign policy issues, and I know he's working in essence right below that position now, and we've seen him around the world. He's done an outstanding job on your behalf. You should know that. Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me, tomorrow, Vice President Pence will be heading to Peru for the Summit of the Americas. I had a chance to meet with him with some other members of our committee. The theme of the conference is on how democratic governments deal with corruption. And I mention that because you've been very strong at this hearing on protecting American values, our democratic principles, et cetera. Corruption corrodes democratic institutions. This committee has passed out legislation that would task the State Department to establish rankings for countries in fighting corruption, similar to what we do in trafficking in persons. But there's always resistance within the State Department for more work being given to them. Do we have your commitment that anti-corruption is so important that we need to have an effective means of using our influence in other countries through our development assistance, et cetera, to develop the anti-corruption tools to fight corruption?
Yes, and I promise not to complain about workload.
I appreciate that. I take that as I really do.
At least publicly, Senator, I promise not to complain about it.
Thank you. This committee has also been in the forefront of providing the executive tools to deal with human rights violators, from the Magnitsky Statute to the Global Magnitsky Statute. We've gotten really good cooperation from both State Department and Treasury on implementing the Magnitsky statutes. Do we have your assurance that you'll work with us? It's a cooperative effort between the Congress and the administration to identify human rights violators that are not being held accountable in their own country, so they can't take advantage of our banking system or visiting our country. Do we have your assurances that you'll work closely with us in implementing that statute?
Those are both the Magnitsky Act itself and the global Magnitsky Act are powerful tools. You have my commitment. We'll work to use those tools to the full capacity that the State Department can.
I thank you for that. On the budget of your department, we've seen the administration, primarily through OMB, come in with dramatic cuts to the State Department's budget. We need a champion in the State Department, and I heard you say you would ask for the resources you need. I heard you say that. One of the other problems we've had is there have been appropriated funds that haven't been spent. Do we have your assurances that you will follow the direction of Congress on how we establish priorities, and when we establish a priority through the budget, you'll carry out those priorities?
Senator, I have a lawful requirement to do so.
I thank you.
I've seen this from both sides as a member of Congress, and now I've seen it in the executive branch. I know the rules. You have. I'll try to make sure that I'm doing so in a way that delivers value, right? But yes, you have my commitment that I will work towards doing that.
And that happened in regards to Russia. It happened in regards to us providing a way to defend against their propaganda, and the State Department didn't take the money that we provided. It was authorized by us, and the appropriators put the money in the budget. We had a hard time getting it spent. You obviously know a lot more information than any of us do in regards to Russia as far as intelligence information. But can you acknowledge publicly that Russia was involved in our 2016 elections?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. And then I want to get to a topic that you and I talked about in my office, and that is torture. And I'm going back to your prior hearing, but I want to take it from a little bit different point of view. If confirmed as our top diplomat, torture is one of the major issues that we talk about in global human rights. And if you give a dictator any room on torture, on the definition of torture, they'll use it with impunity. And yes, I have confidence in our professionals and how they go about getting information. But if there's any ambiguity on waterboarding or issues that are clearly within the purview of being abused for interrogation, it leads to the erosion of global human rights in regards to people who are under custody. So can you just clarify for me how you would, as Secretary of State, be clear as to America's commitment against torture?
Senator, I will, and I have 15 months of data that you can take a look at in terms of, I had a very similar question asked to me when I was being confirmed as a CIA Director. Torture is illegal. It's never permitted. And today, the techniques, one of which you mentioned there, are unlawful. Today, there are limits imposed on that, legal limits that came from Congress and were signed by a president. At the CIA and at the National Security Council table, I've not heard anyone seek to undermine that particular piece of legislation. We are all committed to that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to compliment the nominee for giving concise answers. It's refreshing to have a person who really answers our questions.
You could compliment him, not me, if you wish. While we're on the issue of human rights that Senator Cardin brought up on the front end, the committee has worked to, and all of Congress and a president has signed legislation to end modern slavery around the world. We've got about 27 million people minimally that are in slavery today, more than at any time in the world's history. We've set up there's an effort underway. The State Department has funded $25 million. The United Kingdom has done the same to utilize best efforts around the world to end this scourge on mankind. And I know you're aware of it. I hope you also, I know you committed to numbers of things with Senator Cardin, but I hope you will commit to working with us to improve this, to make it even stronger than it is, and to continue this effort.
Senator, I will. I worked on some related issues related to human trafficking when I was a member of the House of Representatives. You have my commitment.
Thank you. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you were in my office, we discussed the role of the State Department in empowering women around the world. And since women make up half of the world's population, as we get more information about what empowering women does, we learn that women are more likely to give back to their families and their communities when they are able to go to work and benefit economically, that countries that have empowered women generally do better on everything from how they deal with human rights to a democracy scale. And one of the things that we have also learned, and the United States is the first country to, in legislation, agree that we need to try and make sure that when there is conflict resolution, that women are included in those conversations and are at the negotiating table, because that means that those negotiations are going to last better and longer. So we have an Office of Global Women's Issues. There has been an ambassador in that office, and right now it's unfilled. It has in the past reported to the Secretary. I appreciate your concerns about the organizational chart, but I hope that you will take a look at this position again and that you will commit to ensuring that not only do we have a qualified ambassador in that role, but that that is a position that works directly with the Secretary.
Senator, you have my commitment to find a qualified person and get them just as quickly, get them into their position and confirmed as quickly as possible.
Thank you. It's been reported that State Department officials have been asked to pare back language on women's rights, on sexual discrimination, on international family planning in the annual Human Rights Report. Again, can I have your commitment that countries and groups that continue to discriminate against and abuse women are exposed in this report, as they've been for many years prior to the current upcoming report?
Yes, Senator, I'm only just a little bit familiar, I think, from what you raised, and then I had a briefing over at State Department too with respect to the issue of concern that you raised. You have my commitment that we will keep things that ought not be influential in making the determination about how that is put together to influence those decisions. We will, just as I've done at CIA, we'll try and do it straight up and get the facts so that we can do that well and properly.
Good, I appreciate that. We also discussed the issue of refugees when you were in my office. As of April 1st, halfway through the fiscal year, only 10,548 refugees have been resettled. That's just 23% of the 45,000 admission ceiling that has been established. So can you talk about, first, will you ensure that the State Department makes a good faith effort to meet the refugee admission ceiling in fiscal year 2018, and how you will look at trying to make sure that happens?
Senator, the answer, two questions. The answer to your first one is about, will I commit to go find out what's driven that and try and
Correct.
Unpack it. You have my commitment to that. I don't know. You also have my commitment. I think America has an important role here with respect to refugees. We have an important role to provide humanitarian assistance for those that are seeking refuge in as close to the place that they are. I've had a chance to meet with some of these refugees in very, very difficult situations. You have my full commitment that we'll work on these issues together.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, as the director of the CIA, you have a very good idea how extensive the vetting is for refugees who are invited into the United States.
We play a small part of that, but yes, I'm familiar with that process. Yes, ma'am.
I very much appreciate your statements with respect to addressing morale at the State Department, to addressing staffing at the State Department. I hope you will also look at promotions. That's another place that has been an issue at the State Department. And it's my understanding that there is still a hiring freeze at the State Department. That's the only department within the federal government that still has a hiring freeze in place. I hope you will commit to repealing that hiring freeze and move forward as quickly as possible on filling the vacancies that exist within the State Department.
Senator Shaheen, I will. I've heard different things about the exact status of the hiring freeze, but I want to go one further. I spent a lot of time working on recruiting of human capital at the Central Intelligence Agency, making sure that we had the best Americans in the world applying to become CIA officers. We weren't resourced, we weren't structured properly to do that, in my view. We devoted more resources to it. In 15 months, I'm not sure I can point to success yet, but I think we have the building blocks in place to do that. I want to do that at the State Department, too. I want the best of America in the way that had traditionally been part of the State Department to say, I want to be a professional officer at the State Department.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As Senator Murphy said, what we're seeing in China is that they're plussing up their diplomatic activities, so it makes no sense for us to be undermining ours. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Corker, and thank you, Director Pompeo. On those same topics, we had a very constructive conversation yesterday, and I'm confident that you would be a good advocate for the career professionals of the State Department and USAID. And so rather than focus on some of the management and budget and so forth, I'm going to focus on areas where I've still got some unresolved questions and would rather have a more pointed exchange. But I wanted to make sure I recognize that I think you've got clarity about the importance of the mission and the role and deep respect for the professionals who carry out this job. You said in your prepared statement that representing America also requires promoting America's ideals, values, and priorities to those who ultimately determine the trajectory of geopolitics, the voters and citizens of the world. And I agree with you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce for the record an article from the Pew Research Center, which reflects trends that other surveys of the world and world leaders have also revealed. The Center's 2017 annual survey looked at global levels of confidence in President Trump, in Russian President Vladimir Putin, in Chinese President Xi Jinping, and German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and their confidence that they would do the right thing for the world. And it was striking that for the first time there's been real slippage. Are you concerned to see polls such as this that for the first time ever say more people around the world or more leaders around the world trust Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping to lead the world in the right direction than America under Donald Trump's leadership?
Senator, I definitely want people to understand accurately. Right? It's not an attempt to deceive, but rather to accurately have the people of the world understand the beacon of democracy that the United States of America is. We talked just a moment ago with Senator Portman about misinformation and the capacity to move that around the world. We diligently to make sure that it doesn't have an impact. And I don't know, I couldn't tell you the depths of the poll, and I don't know of it. But it is the case. There are actors in the world seeking to achieve exactly the perception that you laid out there, and we need to make sure that we're doing all that we can to counter that perception of the United States.
I'm sure you'd agree that the United States has and promotes quite different values than China.
Deeply, deeply different.
And so I'd be interested in both what your strategy would be for investing in the resources needed to push back on this difference, and what role do you think our values should play, both in our bilateral relationship with China and in how we engage in the world. I've had a concern that over the last 15 months our values weren't as front and center as our interests more narrowly understood. How do we change that in our bilateral relationship with China and more broadly around the world?
I believe that our values often drive. We see sometimes you'll see people characterize our interest as being in juxtaposition or in conflict with our values. That may well from time to time be the case. I think most often, Senator, that actually our values drive those interests. We should be unashamed about that. We should speak to the reason we operate the way we do. We should defend American values every place we go. It means, with respect to China, perhaps, but certainly with respect to other countries, hard conversations. Some days, perhaps, Senator, trade-offs as well. We do end up having to deal with unsavory characters from time to time to achieve an outcome that we deem important to American national security. But we should never do that we should never do that exclusively. That is, we should never put away this American vision for the things that make societies most successful and people be able to achieve what it is that they seek to. We should be proud of that, and we should always have that as part of the discussion.
And I think that's a vision that doesn't just tolerate, but celebrates our differences.
Absolutely.
And as the co-chair of the Senate Human Rights Caucus with Senator Tillis, I'm concerned about how we make sure that we make that celebration of difference a piece of our foreign policy. I'd be interested in whether you think LGBTQ rights are human rights, and whether you would advocate for them as a piece of a broader agenda of advocating for diversity, and what your strategy is for preventing partners like Turkey and Egypt and the Philippines that have genuinely slid on their respect and recognition for rights, broadly understood, from moving further away from our core values.
I think there were 3 questions there, Senator. Let me try. I deeply believe that LGBTQ persons have every right that every other person in the world would have. We have many countries in the world that don't honor that don't reflect that behave, that conduct heinous activity against those persons. We have a responsibility when we're dealing with those countries to do our best to have an impact, to make them recognize the fundamental dignity of every human being in the same way that we do here in the United States.
Last question, if I might, Mr. Chairman. There was some exchange you had previously about statements you made as an elected official right after the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013, and whether that sends a message to America's Muslims, the community within our country, and the leaders around the world you'll need to work with as a chief diplomat. Just tell me something about who the leaders are in the Muslim world you'll be willing to work closely with, and what priority you would place on changing that perception of your views given by a few statements that, as we discussed yesterday, you think were taken out of context. Yeah. I think it's important to have a sense on the record of your view of the religion of Islam and of our partnerships in the Muslim world.
Let me try and do that. But let me try and give evidence. I've worked with our intelligence partners throughout a broad range of Muslim majority countries. I've worked with them closely. We've done very difficult things together. It might be difficult for you to chase some of them down, but I think if you could speak to them, you'd find that the view that you suggested that some have seen from that remark, they'd be very different to them. I think they have come to understand that I deeply honor their religion. I honor their commitment to that. Where it causes some of the challenges that you asked in your previous question, we've tried to push back even at the lowly intelligence level. We've taken on some of these human rights issues in a crisp and square way. I assure you that I'll continue to do that if I'm confirmed into this new position as well.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Senator Udall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Pompeo, this question has been asked by, I think, several members, but I'm going to ask it in just a little bit different way. We are living at kind of an extraordinary time in terms of our Constitution and what's unfolding. My understanding is that Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein has been called over to the White House. As you know, Director Comey was fired by the president. And I understand you went to the best law school in the country. You're a Harvard-trained lawyer, and so I think you really understand the difference between right and wrong here. If we had this circumstance, and I mean, we look very close to it. I don't think I don't think we can dismiss this as a hypothetical. If you either had the firing of the Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein, or you had the firing of the Special Prosecutor Mueller, this would be an unbelievable, extraordinary event in our history. I think it's clear it would be a violation of law, of the statutes allowing this kind of investigation. It would be obstruction of justice. It would violate rule of law as is known in this country and around the world. I think it would put us in a constitutional crisis. And so I'm wondering, as your nominee to be Secretary of State, would you refuse this position if this happened?
Senator, I did answer this question once before. I
don't think you quite answered it this way.
I think the answer is no. Again, I haven't had a long time to think about it. When domestic turmoil arises, all the more important, I think, to have leaders representing America around the world. I've seen this. We've all lived this. Right? There was a time when we had a president impeached. Right? We had a United States president impeached. Enormous domestic turmoil. And it's my recollection that most of the cabinet members chose to continue to do their best to defend American democracy and to do their roles around the world. So my thought here as I sit here before you today is that I would continue to endeavor to do that.
Well, I think if you remember, you're speaking of the impeachment of Nixon. Many officials that were in the line decided as a moral matter to step aside. They weren't going to have anything to do with it. And then everything happened very quickly after that. But we're in a situation now where I think, this is going to be one of the biggest moral issues of our time. I don't think, you know the difference between right and wrong, to just dismiss this and just say, oh, I'm just going to continue to do my job. I mean, as the rest of the government and our Constitution crumbles around us, I mean, would you resign as CIA director if that's the position you're in?
I think that's the same question. I was actually thinking of a more recent impeachment of the president when President Clinton was impeached. That's what I actually had in my head when you asked the question. I think his cabinet members decided that it was incumbent upon them in this time of domestic political turmoil to continue to perform their functions ably on behalf of the United States.
Well, I think the closer parallel is Nixon. But would you take any action if this constitutional crisis that I've described here, would you take any action to do anything about it, to express your opinion in terms of right and wrong?
Senator, we're a long way down into a hypothetical. Right?
But it's a hypothetical that may happen in the course of you getting your nomination before the Senate and having debate. I think you should answer the question.
Senator, I'm going to give the same answer I gave previously.
So your answer is you wouldn't do anything.
Senator, I didn't say that.
Tell me what you would do.
Senator,
you didn't tell me what you would do.
Yeah, Senator, I have to tell you, you're down a hypothetical. I've steadfastly, even if it was my to advantage not to speculate on hypotheticals today, I'm going to continue to do that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would just say I'm very proud of many of the Republicans serving the United States Senate standing up and saying that they think that this would be intolerable and they wouldn't accept it. And I think they're going to step forward. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Murphy. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Director Pompeo. In 2016, you wrote, Congress must act to change Iranian behavior and ultimately the Iranian regime. I think the topic of Iran has been amply discussed today, but you and I chatted about this in my office, and I'm curious. I want to ask you, do you think regime change in another nation is an acceptable foreign policy goal for the United States? And if I can just follow up, and if you do, I'd like you to tell me whether our earlier efforts at regime change have shown any success, and also describe for me how we can embrace regime change as a foreign policy goal without encouraging other nations, including our adversaries, to think it's an appropriate goal for them.
Senator, let me try and unpack, I think, 3 or 4 questions there. First, with respect to the specific comment, some have suggested this was by use of force. It wasn't intended as such. I expressly didn't say that in that piece. I talked about the fact that we have a theocratic regime that is the world's largest state sponsor of terror, and to the extent we can engage in activities that free the Iranian people, right? And I'm proud of what the administration did when there were protests earlier this year, or perhaps it was in the fall of last. I was proud of the way this administration responded. It did so forcefully. It did so in support of the Iranians that were demanding a change to the theocracy that was inside there, and frankly, economic change as well. Those are the kind of things that I was thinking about when I was speaking to what U.S. policy ought to be aiming to achieve. It's the kind of democracy promotion that I think is entirely appropriate for the United States government to be engaged in.
Now, democracy promotion, I'm 100% with you.
That's what I was talking about.
But if you say that regime change should be an official policy, the U.S. should have the regime change of Iran or any nation as an official policy, then why wouldn't Russia be completely justified in saying, well, regime change in the United States should be our official policy? Do we really want to go down the route where we take upon our own shoulders the decision about whether there ought to be a regime change in another country? And again, there's ample examples of us thinking that we could and finding out that we don't know so much about other countries as we think.
I'm familiar with the list to which you're referring, Senator, and I don't disagree with you about our success at achieving that in a way that benefited America or the world. I don't disagree.
And you would agree with me, if we embrace the regime change in other nations, we can hardly say, but this is something that only the U.S. gets to do. If we say that's an acceptable foreign policy goal for us, other nations conclude it's an acceptable foreign policy goal for them.
I try, Senator.
Or may have already so concluded.
Yeah, Senator, I must say, I don't find the moral equivalency there in each case that you're describing. This is a unique, exceptional country. Russia is unique, but not exceptional. It behaves in ways that are deeply different from what we ever ought to contemplate in terms of, I mean, the words democracy promotion of Vladimir Putin are unlikely to be used in the same sentence, paragraph,
maybe
or
the same
document.
zip code.
Maybe
Yeah.
the same century. I'm sensitive to your concerns. I appreciate them, but I do want to be careful that we're all cognizant of the fact that, I mean, look at the election meddling, right? It's different in kind in terms of the way we engage with the peoples of the world, and I think that's important. To your point, I think we should be proud of that and continue to make sure that we stay on the right side of the line there.
I think this came up earlier, but I want to make sure the President announced earlier this week that he wasn't going to attend the Summit of the Americas. And I think this action, together with some other actions, threat to pull out of NAFTA, the bellicose rhetoric back and forth between the President and Mexico, is suggesting that the administration doesn't put a high priority in the Americas. And so what would you do as Secretary, if confirmed, to show our Caribbean and American neighbors that we value these relationships?
So that's a great question. I've seen firsthand. I've traveled there a couple times, I think, as a CIA director. These are places of enormous opportunity and immense economic opportunity for America, and a place that's at risk if America walks away and isn't engaged. We see places in turmoil in Venezuela. The administration's been pretty focused on trying to achieve the outcome there, right? Which try to get the Venezuelan people to be successful at getting what they need in terms of leadership and government. And we've seen the refugee crisis that's flown from that into Colombia and other places. Deeply important place. I assure you that I will work to get a Undersecretary for Western Hemisphere confirmed as quickly as possible, and all of the right people in place so that we can deliver good diplomatic solutions in Latin America as well, Latin and South America.
Finally, as far as you know, is it the administration's policy, consistent with previous administrations, that the U.S. wants to find ways to promote a peaceful two-state solution in Israel and Palestine, with independent nations of Israel and Palestine living peacefully with each other?
It is, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I enjoyed the line of questioning. I was somewhat talking a little bit with Senator Menendez. The regime change issue, I remember it seems like that everybody on this committee, except maybe Senator Paul from Kentucky, agreed with the previous administration's policy that Assad had to leave. Assad must go. Seems that was unanimous. Maybe that wasn't the case. But that to me is indicative of some feeling of a regime change.
That he's brutal and a dictator and subject to sanctions, international criminal prosecution, even military action to punish him for civilians is one thing. But I don't think the United States has a right to decide who should be the leader of another country.
Well, it seems to me that a president stating that someone has to go is going way down that road. It was the stated policy of the United States of America that Assad had to go.
It was the stated policy of a president, and that statement I thought was very, very unfortunate because it raised expectations that were then dashed. I don't think when the U.S. tries to do regime change, it was going to be great with Gaddafi gone. Yeah. It was going to be great with Saddam Hussein.
I didn't agree with the Gaddafi issue. I do remember Secretary Kerry being here and being pummeled by committee members to ensure that it was the policy of the administration that Assad had to leave. I do remember that. Maybe not every single person on this committee, but I'm sorry. I would say most every person on this committee. Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pompeo, thank you very much for my last line of questioning. I want to move on to something else, but I do appreciate your religious freedom, my religious freedom, and that being one of our core ideals, for you to hold your beliefs, whatever you think about homosexuality, whatever you think about Muslims. But obviously, in this country, it's really important to create the climate of freedom. You insisted that you're treating people equally, even if past statements might put a chill on people that might work for you. Somebody that worked with you, two folks sent me a letter today, and I'd like just to enter to the record this letter from Andre Carson.
Without objection. And Senator Coons' paperwork a minute ago, without objection, but go ahead.
Yeah, Andre Carson and Keith Ellison, two of the Muslim members of the United States Congress. It's a very heartfelt, very personal letter about your nomination and their feelings. But I want to move down a little bit, or move on a little bit into our Bill of Rights and talk about the freedom of the press, if you don't mind. This administration's treatment of the press has been adversarial, let's say at the least. Maybe that's a generous way of putting it. But I think it's actually been a little probably more towards vicious. The president, in his first day in office, attacked the media on their reporting about the inauguration and deemed the press the enemy of the people. And that's very dramatic. His fake news accusations have become something that's almost become a meme of sorts in our country, but very tragically around the planet. As you know, we're at a point now where we have the imprisonment, according to the Committee to Protect Journalism, we have journalists being imprisoned around the world at a pretty significant rate that is at a historical high. And there's actually about 21 journalists that are now in prison in places like Turkey and China on fake news charges. You recently, you're currently the head of the Central Intelligence Agency, which understandably should be a lot more opaque and doesn't engage. I think I heard you say earlier in this hearing that you had just a handful of public engagements. But now you're going to be our Secretary of State, and traditions going back from Jefferson to the more recent people you've talked to has a culture of much more openness towards the press. And so let me just ask you, just for the record real quick, you don't believe the press is the enemy of the state, do you?
I do not, Senator.
I did not think so. And you're going to engage with the press in an open, be transparent, allow a robust engagement, if I can say. I imagine that's a yes.
It is my every intention, yes.
Great. And then when it comes to your posture towards the press as you travel internationally, you're going to become, in many ways, like the American that you are, sort of an apostle of the idea of the free press.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to move on to Syria, if I may. The president, and you and I talked about some of you and I both common believe that we need to counter Iran, the threat of Iran. And then I talked to you yesterday about the incongruency about our policy in Syria. The president has announced that he would freeze $200 million in stabilization assistance, and that the U.S. would pull out of ISIS as soon as ISIS is defeated. He wants to pull out as soon as possible. And I'm wondering what your view on that presidential intention is.
So there's an active discussion. I want to be a little bit careful. With respect to the longer-term strategy in Syria, I can speak to that as opposed to the near-term events that are before us now. I don't want to prejudge what the administration is going to choose to do. With respect to the president's statement about departing from Syria, which I think is at the core of your question, I think the president made clear he wants to get out, that he does want to have fewer American men and women there. We have fewer there today, men and women there today, than we had some period ago. Right? We're trying, Secretary Mattis is trying to get the footprint right there to achieve the American objective. It is also the case that we hope that we can find partner forces to help achieve some of the very same goals that you referenced in your question. But I think we'd all agree, to the extent we can achieve those objectives for America and do it with fewer American men and women on the ground and better diplomacy, that's the task that's before us.
And I know this was explored before, but I just want to ask it very simply. Does the president have the authority to launch strikes against the government of Syria?
Senator, yes, I believe that he does.
You believe he does. So you do not believe there should be there's a need for a new authorization for the use of military force to cover such an attack?
Senator, I believe that he has the authority he needs to do that today. I don't believe we need a new AUMF for the president to engage in the activity that you described. I think I said earlier, I'm confirmed. I'm looking forward to working with you. I do believe it is important that we refresh the AUMF, that we bring it forward, and we have current members serving who have supported the policies of the United States with respect to the use of force.
And let me just say in closing, because I was very grateful for our conversation privately, but I just want to have it said out there in the public. Myself and Senator Flake, especially I would consider a specialist on our committee, Senator Coons, our focus on issues in Africa from the Sahel region down to what I think Senator Flake asked you directly about, which was Zimbabwe.
Yes.
The feeling that I got from my trip recently was this feeling of neglect, not just from our foreign countries, but in many ways a yearning for more engagement from the State Department. Clearly, there are essential U.S. interests there. Clearly, the Chinese activities are something that I know you find concerning. I just want to make sure and hear for the record what you told me privately, that this will be a priority for you, that you will invest your time and attention to in a significant way, not only in boosting morale, filling positions, but also putting forth a real strategy to deal with everything from the humanitarian crisis in Sudan and Congo to the political crises and challenges we see in places like Zimbabwe and South Africa.
Senator, I think I confirmed that for you yesterday. I'm happy to confirm it here as well. Full scale, right, from humanitarian needs to all the other elements of U.S. diplomatic power.
Thank you, sir.
Before moving to Senator Markey, the refreshing of the AUMF you're talking about was the 0102.
Yes, sir. I was thinking in particular at that point, the 2001 AUMF.
And I assume, again, when you talk about the strikes in Syria, the President having the authority, you're talking about surgical strikes, not prolonged efforts.
That's correct. Yes, Senator Corker.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pompeo, I'd like to look at your record on human rights a little closer. Next Monday is the 5th anniversary of the Patriots' Day marathon bombing in Boston. It, of course, was a horrific day in our history, and it was something that proved once again that we are Boston strong. But following those attacks, you falsely alleged that American Muslim leaders were, quote, potentially complicit in violent acts for failing to speak out, even though the American Muslim community and its leaders had already condemned that attack. Because words matter, Mr. Pompeo, I have to ask you, do you believe that your statements falsely accusing American Muslim leaders of being complicit in the Boston Marathon attacks exemplifies the kind of moral leadership that our country should have in the post of Secretary of State?
Senator, I think I answered this for you yesterday. I'm happy to do it here again. I'll answer the same way. I felt then and feel now that everyone has a responsibility to speak out about these terror attacks. The threat from extremist terror around the world remains, in spite of all the good efforts and all the resources that have provided. That's what I was speaking to that day in the aftermath of the attacks to which you referred, those horrific attacks. That's what I was speaking to. It is true that many leaders spoke out about it. I'm not sure that we ever get to a point where it's enough. And when I said to Senator Booker yesterday, I'm happy to share with you as well. We talked about it in a different context, but it is the case that different people have greater and lesser credibility on particular issues, and that's what I was speaking to there.
Right.
It is an imperative.
Do you apologize to the Boston Muslim leadership for those comments in relationship to that incident? Do you apologize to them?
Senator, it was not my intention in any respect to suggest that they were part of the chain of events that led to the attack. That wasn't my point at all.
In your opinion, were they complicit?
Senator, my statement is clear. We are all, to the extent we are silent, to the extent we don't respond to these, to the extent we don't make sure that our educational systems, whether they're...
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
This is it. We all are, Senator.
The Boston Muslim community came out and condemned it.
Senator,
is there any way in your mind that they are complicit?
Senator, to the extent they condemned the attacks, they did what it was that I think we all have the responsibility to do.
Right. To the extent to which they did. Well, they did.
Oh, then yes, Senator. Then yes, I'm happy that they did that. I think that's a good thing. I think it decreases the risk that an event like this is ever likely to happen again.
Yeah. Well, you're being nominated for the position of Secretary of State, and of course the Rohingya are largely Muslim.
Yes.
And the Burma military are engaged in a vicious destruction of this culture. And this brutal campaign has already driven over 600,000 Rohingya survivors to Bangladesh. What's your message to the Burma military with regard to how you view Muslim leadership inside of Burma who are fighting to protect the very existence of this Muslim minority inside of Burma?
American diplomats have and must continue to do our level best to stop this tragic activity. And that's the Burmese military in particular who is responsible for that.
Right. Well, I think it is important that there be a moral clarity that is uttered by the Secretary of State, by the President of the United States, about the Muslim population of the planet. You know, leaving an impression that somehow or other they are less entitled to full protection or respect for their commitment to human rights, I'm afraid says to those who wish to use the Muslim population as an excuse for actions that would otherwise be condemned is something that the United States leadership and you as Secretary of State potentially have to be responsible for dispelling on an ongoing basis. And that's what I'm afraid of in terms of the message that is sent, unless you explicitly make clear that in your opinion there are isolated instances of aberrant Muslim activity, but in the whole, that these are good people. They're religious people, and they have to be given all the full protections that every other religion and people are given. And that's your responsibility.
Senator, I agree with you. I'm happy to say that. I agree it is a tiny fraction. I think I've said that previously publicly as well. No one's brought that forward today. Perhaps I should have done so myself. But I agree. I agree with almost everything you just said there. It may be everything, but I'd need to go grab the record. With respect to treating them each with the individual dignity they deserve and to treating their faith in that way, I'm with you, Senator.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman.
I do wish the Buddhist leadership in Burma would conduct themselves a little better as it relates to the Rohingya. We'll say that.
And I agree with you 100%. There's a religious struggle there, and I don't think that any demonization by any American of Muslims in general, as those being not respectful of human dignity, human rights, is very important. And I just think we have to hear it consistently on a bipartisan basis at every level, especially when we reach this level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Senator Markey.
I thought it was Merkley, but I'll go to Murphy. Okay.
I know Markey, Merkley, Murphy. It's hard. Our ears are not.
No. I don't want to be standing too correctly. But actually, it's Senator Murphy. So we have a early bird rule here, and I sometimes get confused. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are belaboring these questions of authorization, and I suspect you know why. Many of us have had misgivings about how the executive has expanded the ability to act unilaterally without congressional authorization, both in this administration and in prior administrations. There are differences, though. President Obama didn't think he had the authority to launch missile strikes against Syria without congressional authorization. This administration believes it does. But the concern spans both. So I'll ask one last question on this subject. The rationale for U.S. military troops in Syria has been to fight ISIS, and I think many of us support that, even if we don't believe the authorization exists. We believe in the mission. The administration has started to signal publicly that there is a follow-on mission for our existing presence, which is to combat the influence of Iran in the future settlement of accounts inside Syria. Do you believe that U.S. troop presence is necessary inside Syria to try to stem Iran's influence? And if so, what is the legal basis for that activity?
Senator, I will concur with you. While it's complicated, the legal basis gets much more difficult. the clarity that I think we have today. It sounds like you may disagree about the clarity today. I think we're coloring inside the line there. It becomes much more difficult.
And do you believe that a troop presence is needed there to try to combat Iranian influence?
Senator, it depends on precisely how that mission is constructed. No, I think there are other places, lots of other tools in the American foreign policy toolkit that will allow us to achieve that. It may be the case that the president concludes that we've got to do it that way, in order to achieve his goal there, and I'm confident that the administration will comply with the law if it chooses to do that. I think it's hard to. We've talked about the JCPOA singularly. We've talked about now this element of countering Iran singularly. We've talked about sanctions on Iran singularly. The truth of the matter is that the strategy that's been laid out by the administration comprises multiple parts, and to the extent one piece or another is succeeding or delivering the outcomes we're looking for, right? Today the rial is, I guess this is yesterday, 58,000 to the dollar. That's a very weak Iranian economy. The Iranian people are about done with trying to figure out how it is that they're going to benefit from the place they find themselves today. They are frustrated with the economic failures of the administration in Iran. There are lots of tools in the toolkit, Senator Murphy, and I can't answer without considering each of them precisely how I think about the continued presence there. While I'll concede the legality is more complex.
I think it's charitable to call what we're doing in Syria today a strategy. I think as we watch a president move troops in, then propose to pull them out, it's hard for us and our allies to figure out exactly what the strategy is there. Finally, I just wanted to ask you a question that we talked about privately, and that's how you perceive the utility of the toolkit that is given to a Secretary of State. And I'm of the belief that our foreign policy toolkit is badly misresourced today. I'm a big believer in peace through strength, but I'm not sure it makes sense to spend 20 times as much money on the military as it does on diplomacy, especially when countries like Russia are standing up all sorts of non-kinetic capacities in order to win friends and influence adversaries. And one of the frustrations we had with Secretary Tillerson was that he was fond of telling this committee that if we gave him $1 more, he would have no idea how to spend it. This was one of his favorite phrases when he met with us. And it just seemed to belie the reality of the world, in which there are lots of threats that you can't meet with all of the great military equipment we make in Connecticut. You've got to actually stand up capacities that the State Department and USAID has alone. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that theory of the international case.
Senator, if I can broaden out just a little bit, I will answer that one. I'll take the extra dollar. I'm convinced that I can figure out ways to add value, to create American national security value with resources. And by the way, when I don't need the dollar, I'll send it back too. That is, if I conclude that a program doesn't work, I'll let you know. I think this doesn't work, and we'll work our way through that. We've come through 15 years as a nation where the CT fight has been at the front of much of the way we've thought about the world. And now these challenges, I think, do move on. I think we are out of balance with respect to how we're thinking about using these tools and these levers of power. I think your sense of that is correct.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Markley.
Thank you. Will you work to have our president be a visible, vocal, forceful advocate against the genocide and ethnic cleansing in Burma?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
That was a question.
Will I work? Yes.
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 Thank you. We would love to hear President Trump speak out on that topic. Transparency in resource extraction payments is a principle designed to prevent situations like that in Equatorial Guinea, where the oil payments go directly to the family rather than to the treasury of the country. It has vast wealth, but most people live under $2 a day. Do you believe in transparency, and we should work to increase transparency in resource extraction payments?
Senator, I know it sounds right, but I don't know much about the situation there in that country in terms of where the resources are going. So if I might take that question and get you an answer. But yes, as a general matter, I think that's appropriate.
It is an issue in many countries where the country is more or less robbed while the people live in abject poverty. The War Powers Act you referred to earlier, and we talked about it in the context of Libya. It says that the President can send U.S. armed forces into action abroad only under statutory authorization by Congress or in case of, quote, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories, or possessions. Do you believe in a situation in Syria where neither of those two qualifications are met, that in fact the President has the power to send U.S. military forces into action?
I do. With the clarification that Senator Corker so gratefully provided to me in response to the previous time I answered that question.
That's a longer conversation, but that does go against most of the international findings of law, that there has to be a threat, and it's our law as well. The 2018 CIA assessment presented to Congress said the impacts of long-term trends towards a warming climate are likely to fuel economic and social discontent and upheaval. Secretary Mattis and General Dunford have said that climate change is a national security threat multiplier. Do you believe that climate change is a threat multiplier, and will you undertake to help lead the world in reducing this threat by reducing carbon dioxide pollution that is heating the planet?
Senator, I'm familiar with the report that the agency that I was leading issued. I see no reason to take any fault with what it committed to. I also believe that the climate is changing, that there's a warming taking place. I'm happy to concede that there is likely a human component to that, and I'm equally prepared to tell you that as we find tools that are effective to prevent the risk to the United States that are national security challenges, the State Department ought to appropriately be involved in them.
You're heading in the right direction. We don't have you quite
wasn't even grudgingly, Senator,
on a major threat to the planet. It is interesting that our own EPA this year said greenhouse gases from human activities are the most significant factor in climate change since the mid-20th century. I see all the impacts in Oregon, but we also see it in national defense situations around the world, including Syria, where it was a prolonged drought that drove people into the cities and was the spark that ignited the civil war that became the complete fiasco and mess that we have now. And that's the sort of thing the Defense Department is talking about when they talk about a threat multiplier. And I just saw this in northern Africa as well. The president of Somalia, who is also an American citizen, made a powerful case that is a huge source of disruption of his ability to restore normal rule of law in the country. So I do hope the world is looking at this and saying, where is the U.S. leadership? I hope you will be a leader in taking on the carbon pollution, because we don't have a lot of time on this. We continue to investigate it and wrestle with it.
I will, Senator. I promise you. We had a good discussion about this yesterday.
I also saw in Africa the role of the UN FPA, and it is providing health care to women who are coming from extreme conflict and duress, a combination of corruption and climate change and civil conflict. In fact, 61% of the maternal deaths in the world take place in humanitarian crises and fragile settings where healthcare services are unavailable. The administration has not wanted to restore funding to UNFPA under the concern that they might possibly be involved in supporting programs that provide abortions, but there has been absolutely no evidence. Will you look into that issue? And if that test of the administration is not met, fight to restore this funding for the health of women around the world?
I will look into it, and if the data set is as if you describe, if we become convinced of that, you have my word, we'll work on it.
Thank you. And my time is out.
Great. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I would like to, I know Senator Murphy had some questions also about Syria and the AUMF. I know you did also. Having been involved in that and working with Senator Menendez to write the AUMF on Syria, the administration's position was they had the authority without Congress, but numbers of seniors convinced the administration that our country would be stronger if they came to Congress for an AUMF. I think they fully felt they had 100% authority to make the kind of strikes they were going to make. It was going to be a 10-hour operation. There were going to be no ground troops, and they felt they had that authority. Senator Menendez, I know, wants to have some closing questions and comments, and I'm glad to offer that time for him to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just, on your comment, remind us that when we passed that authorization for the use of military force, which then President Obama took to the G20 summit, it convinced Putin at the end of the day to have Assad give up the chemical weapons that he had, at least at that time, which were internationally supervised and destroyed. And so I think it is a powerful use of an authorization that got a goal at the time resolved without the firing of a single shot. Director, the breadth and scope of your potential job is so large that even with the hours you've spent, and I admire your tenacity there, we haven't even really touched the surface. So there's just a couple of things that at least, well, I'll submit a whole host for the record, but just a couple of things. Mexico is the second largest export market for goods and services produced by United States companies with American jobs. Second largest in the world. Yet our relations with them are the worst since the 1980s. The president, using language and tactics reserved for our most ardent adversaries, has personally insulted the Mexican people, calling them murderous and rapists, has threatened to deport young dreamers, threatens to cut security assistance and cooperation, unilaterally suggests that the Mexicans are going to pay for a $25 billion wall that's offensive to them, to their people and their culture. How are you going to deal with this if you become the Secretary of State? Do you think this is really the type of rhetoric that promotes the national interest and security of the United States with one of our more significant neighbors?
Senator, I agree with you that Mexico is important. You call it significant. They're neighbors. My task, if I'm confirmed, will be to work to develop a set of relationships there that benefit both countries, especially ours, as the Secretary for the United States. On the trade agreements, I've watched the team move forward, trying to put America in a position that we have a trade deal that the President deems as fair and reciprocal. That's the objective. There are others. I've worked, I and my team have worked in Mexico extensively on the counter-narcotics challenges that face us coming from that country. I'll still be committed to doing that if I'm the Secretary of State. They're important.
Well, I think your job's a lot more difficult in promoting our interests with the Mexicans if that continues to be the language of this administration. I don't think we can meet the challenge of the opioid, heroin, and fentanyl crisis without Mexican cooperation as part of our challenge. Let me ask you this. I'm glad to hear you say you're going to support a robust State Department. That's important for the Secretary of State. Will you oppose rescissions that are being contemplated on the State Department's budget?
Senator, I haven't seen the rescissions that have been talked about in the press. I'll look at each one. I'll determine whether they are resources that are needed, and if they are, I'll fight to I want to make sure I get this right, to oppose the rescissions. I'll make the case in the administration to say these resources.
Oppose. Is that what I heard?
I will make the case to defend the resources that the State Department needs. So if there are rescissions to resources I believe we need, I'll be there arguing for the people.
We talked about human rights. What do we do in a country like Egypt, which had just had a sham election, violates the rule of law with NGOs, both of the United States and others, ultimately violates the rights of its own people? What's our value-driven mission there?
Yes, Senator, I spoke earlier, perhaps generically and not about Egypt in particular, about places we find complex challenges where different interests come into play. Our obligation is to do our best. We have a population of 80 million Egyptians with a weak economy that is subject to the threat of terror from many of its neighbors. There are multiple tasks many of which are diplomatic, that we have to do with Egypt. When, as I've said before, when we come across a country that's engaged in human rights violations, things that are inconsistent with our values, we should call them out.
As we close here, I'm trying to think about which of the Mike Pompeo that I'm being asked to vote on. Is it the one that today said the solution to preventing Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons is through diplomacy, which I would agree? Or is it the one that said the only way to do that, in my judgment, is a regime change in a speech of 2015? Is it the one that said I've never advocated for regime change here today? Or is it the one that said, should Mr. Kim vanish, given the history of the CIA, I'm just not going to talk about it. The most important thing we can do is separate those two, right? Separate capacity and someone who might well have the intent to break those two. Is it the one that says the historic conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union, and now Russia, is caused by Russian bad behavior, which I agree? Or is it the one that stood alongside the president when he said much of the bad blood with Russia is caused by the fake and corrupt Russia investigation, headed by all Democratic loyalists or people that work for Obama? Is it the Mike Pompeo who said in his 2013 speech that the failure of Muslim leaders to repudiate acts of terrorism done in the name of Islam make them, quote, potentially complicit, or, unquote, in these attacks, and that this alleged behavior, quote, cast doubt upon the commitment to peace by adherents of the Muslim faith? Is it the one that in 2010 in a congressional campaign tweeted out to your supporters an article calling your opponent, an American of South Asian heritage, a, quote, turban topper, stating that you thought it was, quote, a good read, an article that you tweeted that said your opponent, quote, could be a Muslim, a Hindu, a Buddhist, who knows? Or as a member of Congress when you co-sponsored legislation that sought to slow the spread of marriage equality, when the Supreme Court endorsed marriage equality in 2015, the highest court in the land, you said it's a shocking abuse of power, flies in the face of centuries of shared understanding of our Constitution, co-sponsored a bill to defund Planned Parenthood, called Roe versus Wade one of the worst decisions of the Supreme Court, voted against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women's Act, a bill that funds programs designed to help victims of violence that passed annually since 1994, and on and on. So the Pompeo I hear today, much more different than some of the Pompeo of the past. And so I'm trying to figure out which is the one that is going to act if he gets confirmed as the Secretary of State. Because some of these things of the past I could never support. Some of the things you've said here today could actually be supportive of. So I hope you can help me understand this as we move forward in your nomination.
Thank you.